People of the state of Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard. The parties are present, council are present. There was an issue that was apparently needs to be brought to the court's attention.
Rather not terribly exciting, but to keep the record clean, the people are asking for a sequestration order.
All right, the court will enter a sequestration order that will prohibit any witness who's testifying in the future other than expert witnesses to remain outside of the courtroom, and furthermore, not to view the WebEx testimony.
We have informed our witnesses of that, Your Honor. The only exclusions we would like that would be, we have 2 investigators. They may be in and out of the courtroom. One of the investigators is testifying now.
All right, well, presumably whoever the investigator who's testifying now won't be recalled, I take it.
He may be, but it's not for sure.
All right, on behalf of Mr. Woodyard.
Judge, I think it's under 615, they're entitled to 1 investigator as advisory, so we would object to 2. We don't have a problem with them having 1 advisory, but if we're starting to talk about multiple people that are going to be testifying, observing other witnesses' testimony, we'd object to that.
All right, is it anticipated that the other investigators testifying as well?
It is not, unless for some reason there would be impeachment needed, Judge. I can also tell the court that they're not going to be in the courtroom. They may be in and out to help with moving of exhibits or things of that nature, but both of them are not sitting in the courtroom watching, and they're not necessarily on WebEx. So I can tell them to stay off of WebEx.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. If their appearances in the courtroom during testimony is simply to grab things and move things and then leave, I'm not going to find that would be a violation of the sequestration order, obviously. If do you have one that you might want to have as a real advisory witness?
Probably Ron. Ron Troy.
Ron Troy?
I'm sorry, I'm getting my investigation stuff in the case. Ron Ryan.
Ron Ryan, okay. So he can be an advisory witness, and then
Another investigator name.
the other investigator can pop in and out, but not sit and watch the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On behalf of Mr. Woodyard.
Judge, in that sense, then, we also have 2 investigators we'd also like the same treatment for.
Okay, so who's your main one?
We can make Ian Champa the main one, CHAMP as in Paul A.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the juror should be up in a moment. Okay, great. Yes. Jurors have returned and are being seated. Please be seated. The court will formally recall 21 CR 2794. People of the state of Colorado, Nathan Woodyard. Parties and counsel are present. First witness for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people's first witness is Investigator Ron Ryan.
Please be seated, and once seated, if you'll tell us your name and spell your last name.
My name is Ron Ryan, R-Y-A-N.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Investigator.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm a criminal investigator for the Colorado Attorney General's office.
Can you tell them a little bit about your career prior to joining the AG's office?
I've been with the Attorney General's office for about 2 years now. Prior to that, I worked for another state agency, the Inspector General over DOC. And prior to that, for 27 years, I worked for the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office.
Did you become involved in working on the investigation in this case?
I did.
During the course of your work on this case, did you have an opportunity to go to the location, the scene where Elijah McClain was killed?
I have.
Can you describe to the jury what that location is like?
The location of this incident is on a street called Billings Street, which is here in the city of Aurora, which is also Adams County and of course, state of Colorado. And Billings Street runs parallel to I-225. And I-225 and the I-70 business loop or Colfax Avenue create a corner near Billings Street as well.
Now, in addition to visiting the physical location yourself, have you seen that location depicted in the videos, the body-worn camera from this incident?
I have.
And have you spent extensive time reviewing the body-worn camera footage in this case?
Quite a bit of time, yes.
Would it assist you in describing the area to the jury in order to show them a map of the locations in this case?
It would.
Now, if I could show just the witness on the monitor, please, what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 158. Can you please tell the jury what that is?
This is an aerial or overview map of that general area, pointing out a couple of different locations.
And what program or underlying map is used to depict these locations?
This is Google Maps.
Is that something that's generally relied upon by law enforcement in the course of their work?
It is.
Generally known to be accurate?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate map of the location of this incident and the other relevant locations?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's 158.
Objection or voir dire? All right, Exhibit 158 will be admitted.
List to the jury, please.
Yeah.
So we've got an overhead and a physical copy, depending on what people prefer to look at here. But investigator, do you have a pointer or something up there? You mentioned before that this incident occurred on Billings Street and that it ran parallel to I-225. Can you show the jury where that is, where the incident occurred?
So I-225 is this yellow, larger road this way. And I-70 business in Colfax is this other yellow line. So this is north, this is south, west, and east as we're viewing it.
Besides the location of the contact there, what are the other two locations that are marked?
So there is the UC Health Medical Complex, which has the Red Cross next to it. And then the Aurora Police Department substation down at the bottom.
Okay. Is that UC Health that's marked there? Is that the hospital that Elijah McClain was taken to the night he was killed?
Yes, it is.
Now, there was a gas station that was mentioned during openings. Where is that gas station at on this map?
That gas station is very close to this corner between 225 and Colfax, right about there.
Okay. And is it your understanding that Mr. McClain lived just a couple blocks north of the incident of contact here?
Yes.
We can go ahead and take the map down. Now, have you watched and reviewed the body-worn camera footage from the different officers in this case?
I have.
Have you done that several or maybe even a bunch of times?
Yes.
In looking at those videos, have you noticed that the red timestamps in the upper left corner seem to be out of sync with the different cameras?
Yes, they are.
And so were you tasked with trying to figure out exactly what the time difference was between those different cameras so that you could accurately see the same event happening in different videos?
Yes.
How'd you go about, or can you compare sounds or events that happen on one camera to see what the timestamp is there versus a different camera?
Yeah, so what I do is I look for some cue, something that I can hear or sometimes see that allows me to hear it in other videos as well. That gives me a single reference of a point in time that I know they all existed.
Okay. And did you prepare a chart summarizing the difference between the timers in the top left corner of the different body worn cameras?
I did.
Could we please show just the witness, exhibit 193? Is this a copy of that chart?
It is.
Does that summarize the voluminous body worn camera information you reviewed to determine what the difference between the timestamps was?
It does.
Would it aid you in giving your testimony to the jury today in order to show them this chart and have them be able to refer to it?
Yes, it would.
I would move for admission of Peoples 193.
No objection.
193 will be admitted.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
Okay.
So investigator, on the left column, what is depicted there?
The left column has the name of the officer whose body worn camera I reviewed. And if there is a number, that is because they had more than one video file related to this.
Okay. So for example, columns 2 and 3 there are Redema 1 and Redema 2. What does that mean?
That means Officer Redema, his body worn camera basically generated 2 separate video files that I was able to view instead of one continuous. Is normally because a body worn camera was turned off for some other reason. There's just a difference in the video clips.
Okay. And what is the second column there, EX number?
That is the exhibit number.
Okay. Is that the exhibit number for reference to things here in court?
It is.
Now, the third column, did you use Officer Woodyard's camera as the base sort of correct time, so to speak?
I did. I used Officer Woodyard's body worn camera because his is very long in length and tends to be on during the majority of the incident. So it was a good baseline to work off of.
So if you're looking at Officer Woodyard's camera and you see an event, how could you then use that third column to find the same event on a different camera?
So using this chart, for instance, if I wanted to see when something happened relative to, let's look at Nunez 1 here, which is exhibit 180, I would add 1 second of time to the timestamp on Nunez's body worn camera in order for Nunez's and the baseline of Woodyard's to be at the same time.
Okay. So let's take a look at Officer Green's camera, for example. That one appears to be off by a pretty significant amount. Is that fair?
Yes.
So if you were trying to find an event that happened on Officer Woodyard's camera, just for easy math, let's say it happens at exactly 2300 hours and 0 minutes and 0 seconds. How would you then find that 0 minute, 0 second event on Officer Green's camera, for example?
Thank you for the easy example. I would simply add 2 minutes and 42 seconds onto that to see that same point in time.
Okay, great. Thank you, investigator. Let's take that down. Now, Investigator Ryan, I'd next like to talk about the physical evidence that you were involved in preserving in this case. Were you part of the team that retained the physical evidence like Elijah's clothing from that evening?
The clothing did eventually end up in the possession of the Attorney General's office.
Sure. I phrased that question very poorly. Was the clothing originally collected by the Aurora Police Department?
It was.
And then was the physical evidence kept in an evidence vault at the AG's office?
It was.
Can you just describe generally how it is that evidence that are taken in by a law enforcement agency are preserved and make sure that nobody's tampering with it or changing it?
The general practice is anytime we have physical evidence, when we collect that item, we start with documentation, where it was, when I collected it, and at that moment we start protecting it so that it and anything on it, even if we can't see it, goes unchanged. It isn't manipulated in any way. It then gets packaged in a manner to protect that item as well. And our packaging consists of the physical barrier, whatever it is, paper or plastic, and then seals that keep it closed, an evidence seal. And an evidence seal doesn't necessarily stop a package from being opened, but it does show that there was any intrusion or tampering with any item of evidence or package so that we could see if perhaps somebody did get inside that package after we collected it.
In this case, what sort of packaging and tamper tape was used by the Aurora Police Department to preserve the clothing and other items that you received?
Standard evidence packaging, whether it's envelopes or paper bags, and evidence seals.
Those evidence seals that you mentioned, are those designed so that if anybody opens them, it'll be evident?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk first about what has been marked as People's Exhibit 63, Mr. McClain's jacket. Was it your understanding that that was initially collected by Aurora Police Department Officer Dunson and then transferred into the chain of custody system for APD?
That's correct.
And prior to that being collected, was that jacket cut off of Mr. McClain as part of the medical procedures to try and save his life?
Yes.
After the Aurora Police Department had that package, did they at some point in time release it to Shanine McClain, Elijah's mother?
They did.
And then was that provided back to the Attorney General at some point?
Yes, it was.
When it was received back by the AG's office, was it still in that Aurora Police Department packaging with that tamper-proof seal on it?
It was.
Do you have any reason to believe that Exhibit 63 was opened or in any way tampered with between being collected by the Aurora Police Department and going into the custody of the Attorney General's office?
Objection, speculation.
Just if he knows.
Pardon me?
The question is just if he has any reason to believe it was or wasn't.
I'll allow him to answer that question.
Do you have any reason to believe that it was opened or any other way tampered with?
I do not.
Have you also examined photos of Exhibit 63, the jacket, and video that depicts that jacket?
Yes, I have.
From comparing the jacket that you physically have in evidence to the one you can see in photos and videos, does it appear to be the same one?
It does.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 63.
Objection or Woodyard?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit number 63 may be admitted.
Can we publish that to the jury, Your Honor? Your Honor, permission to publish 63 to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. Now, investigator, on the back side of that poster board, there appears to be a plastic bag with a paper bag inside of it. Can you describe to the jury what all that stuff is?
So in the plastic bag is the evidence bag that the jacket was in. We keep the evidence and the packaging together for as long as the item exists, because along with the documentation, the bag itself kind of gives a history of the item. Anytime we open a bag, we never open through an existing seal. We create a new opening in the bag. So by looking at the evidence bag, you can see all of the times it has been accessed.
Investigator, when you look closely at that jacket, Are there any bodily fluids that are evident on it?
There are several markings, yes.
Okay. Can you describe those to the jury, please?
So in several spots on the jacket, specifically visible from this position, on the right side there of the jacket, you can see red marks, which are kind of dry and crusty, and they're in various parts on the jacket, on the outside and on the inside.
When you reviewed the videos of this incident, did you see similarly colored red vomit coming out of Elijah McClain's nose and mouth?
I did.
I'd like to talk next about Elijah McClain's shirt, Exhibit 66, his pants, Exhibit 64, and his shoes, Exhibit 67. Did the Attorney General's office receive those materials through the same general pattern that the jacket went through?
We did.
Have you also viewed pictures and videos of the shirt, the pants, and the shoes from the night that Elijah McClain was killed?
I have.
And do those items, Exhibit 66, 64, and 67, appear to be the same items of clothing that Mr. McClain was wearing that night?
Yes, they do.
I'd move for admission of people's 66, 64, and 67.
Questions or objections with respect to those exhibits?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, the court will admit 64, 66, and 67.
Permission to publish those to the jury as well?
You may.
Ms. Grunder, we can take the jacket down to make room for the, thank you. Now, investigator, while the pants are being brought out, having seen the jacket and the shirt now, do you have any understanding as to why those are cut up or ripped?
It's very common in medical care for clothing to be removed quickly to provide aid to the patient.
And so essentially, doctors or medical staff will just cut it right off of them with scissors?
Yes.
Now, the shirt and the pants that Mr. McClain was wearing on August 24th of 2019, when you take a look at those, do those also have bodily fluids on them?
They do.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
The same type of red dry material is present in different areas on both. And the pants also have a material that's consistent with feces on them as well.
Do those exhibits also have attached to the back of them the evidence bags that those were received in?
They do.
Can you please hold up the exhibit that was just placed in front of you so the jury can see it and tell the jury about what that is?
May I stand?
Yes.
Thank you. So in this white case, which is just to be able to see it, are Elijah McClain shoes. And with the same process, the evidence bag is secured to the back so that they stay together.
Can you describe the toes of those shoes for the jury, please?
So this is the type of shoes that have the individual toes. So each toe goes into one of them like a finger would inside a glove.
Thank you, investigator. During the course of your work on this case, were the headphones that Mr. McClain had with him also collected into evidence?
They were.
Is your understanding that those were collected on the scene by Officer Ward before going into the APD chain of custody system?
That's correct.
Were those also released back to Shanine McClain before going through a lawyer to be transmitted to the AG's office?
Yes.
And have you taken a look at the video and photos of those headphones and compared them to the ones that are in evidence?
Yes,
Do they appear to be the same headphones?
they do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 53.
Questions or objections for 53?
Objection.
53 may be admitted.
Permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
Investigator, can you please show those to the jury and describe to them the type of headphones that they are?
So these are the headphones. They're white and they're wireless technically. They have a cord that goes from one earpiece to the other, consistent with like a athletic or running headphone. But then nothing really connects to the phone. That's the wireless part, probably Bluetooth. So if I'm wearing them, one would be in each ear, and then the band would stretch around, usually behind or sometimes in front of the wearer.
What style of earplug or fitting are those headphones to stay in place while somebody is moving with those in?
So they're the type that are designed to pretty much stay in place while you're running or doing physical activity. So they have little piece of rubber that goes up into the inside of your ear as well as in the ear canal.
Thank you, investigator. As part of your work in this case, did you also get a chance to view the mask that Elijah McClain was wearing and that was taken into evidence?
I did.
Was it your understanding that that mask had been collected on the scene by Aurora Police Department before processing through their chain of custody system?
Yes.
Did that then follow the same path of being released to Mrs. McClain before ultimately coming back to the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
Now, when you first examined the Aurora Police Department's evidence bag and seal that was on it, was that bag intact and was the tamper-proof seal still in place?
Yeah, the bag and the seals were still in place.
Was there any indication that it had been opened or tampered with?
There were indications that it had been opened but not tampered with.
What do you mean by that?
After the mask was received by the Attorney General's office, it was opened at one point to be photographed and documented. And I can see evidence of that because there is another seal along with the Aurora Police Department packaging and seal on that bag.
And was that opening and photographing for documentation, was that done by another investigator in your office?
It was.
So were you able to view photos of the mask on the day it was collected, the mask on the day it was opened by another investigator to check it, and then compare it to the ultimate mask that was in evidence?
I was. Technically, I think we crossed into another day by the time it was photographed by Aurora Police Department, but that same period of time, yes.
Great. Did it appear to be in substantially the same condition as it was in the photographs you viewed?
It did.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 2.
Questions or objections with respect to 2?
May I word item?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, investigator.
Good afternoon.
Some of the items, just briefly, that you testified about earlier were collected from Mr. McClain at the hospital. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
They were literally taken off of him, right?
Yes,
You told us about how some of these items are cut during medical procedures.
correct.
The mask was not recovered directly from him, right?
Correct.
The mask was not recovered from the hospital, right?
That's correct.
Another officer recovered the mask from the scene, right?
Yes,
Off of the ground.
yes,
And your understanding of that is from watching that officer's body camera, right?
that's right.
We see her pick it up and put it in a bag, right? It
Yes,
was never photographed at the scene, correct?
not other than the video.
Okay, there's no still photographs of it.
That's correct.
There's photographs of other evidence, right?
Yes,
You were asked whether there was any indication that it was opened, right?
yes.
And it had been opened before it came into your possession, right?
Before me personally, yes.
It came into your personal possession, do I understand, in 2021? Forgive me if I have that wrong.
2023 for me personally.
Okay, you didn't see this till even 2023.
Correct.
And it wasn't in the possession of the Attorney General's office until when?
It came to the Attorney General's office in 2021.
So it comes to your office for purposes of your investigation 2 years later?
About,
And you spoke about the importance of maintaining integrity of evidence for purposes of an investigation, correct?
yes,
The importance of that is for two reasons. First is to detail what we call a chain of custody. We know where it's been, right?
yes,
And secondly, we know that when it becomes admitted in a courtroom, that it is as close to as it was at the time. Would you agree with that?
that's correct.
Speculation.
I'll allow it.
And so here, you know that it was opened by someone prior to yourself, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who?
yes. Investigator Chris Byrne.
Prior to that person, it was delivered to your office by an attorney, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know who?
I know the name of the attorney.
Did you ever meet the attorney?
I did not.
It's not an attorney with, is it an attorney with your office?
It's not.
That's what I thought, okay. And you were asked questions about whether you had any reason to believe that it had been tampered with, right?
Yes,
There's no reason to believe that, correct?
there is not.
But it is not the case where you can say that because it was in your possession continuously, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It's not the case here that you can say it wasn't tampered with because it was in your possession the whole time, like in other cases, when you're able to maintain the evidence throughout.
The packaging does provide insight as to what had happened even before it came into our possession.
You don't know how that packaging was handled.
Correct.
It was in a bag, right?
Yes,
And it's cloth, right?
yes,
For 2 years.
yep.
And where it was stored, you don't know.
I don't.
Who all manipulated the bag, you don't know.
No.
Whether someone else opened the bag, you cannot know.
I think there would be evidence of that on the seals if it had occurred.
But you can't know for sure.
Not 100%.
Who photographed it with Aurora PD?
Photographs for the evidence were taken by CSI Laverne Amir.
And where were those photographs taken
For which item?
for the mask?
That would have been at the CSI unit.
And do you know what day they were taken by chance?
Not off the top of my head.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object based on chain of custody, but I will object based on foundation in terms of it being a true and accurate representation of what it purports to be.
Any response?
And Judge, Investigator Ryan established that the original seals from the Aurora Police Department did not appear to have been tampered with or altered. And so any criticism based upon the chain of custody would go to the weight of the evidence rather than its admissibility. And the jury will be able to compare the photos to the mask itself, as we intend to admit those through Ms. Amir.
All right. The court will, based upon the nature of the item of evidence, admit the item over the objection. The objection will go to the weight that the jury gives to the exhibit rather than the admissibility. So 2 is admitted.
Permission to publish Exhibit 2 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission for Investigator Ryan to just walk once in front of the jury box so that they can see the mask, as it is relatively small and the red material is visible if you're within a reasonable distance from it, but not if he's standing way back at the witness desk.
Well, you know where my mark is on the front of the jury box, so if he wants to stand there, he's welcome to.
I think he'll be closer from where he's at then.
All right.
So Investigator, could you please hold the mask up for the jury to see, and please describe the mask to them?
May I stand again?
Yes.
The mask is also in a clear case so that it can be seen. The top part is supported at the top there, so it's in the generally correct orientation of top and bottom. And Leaning, it kind of hard to see from where you are all sitting, but inside, in front of the mouth and nose area is a great deal of that same red material as seen on the other clothes, just very concentrated right in the front part of the mask.
Thank you, investigator.
That,
Is that red material that you described on the inside of the mask? Is that also visible if you look at the front part of the mask?
It is, it looks like it is maybe saturated through.
Thank you, investigator. I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again.
Hello.
Investigator, we were just talking earlier about the sort of position you're in coming into possession of that evidence about 2 years later, right? And you were asked a number of questions about, trying to attest to the packaging that it was in. Do you recall?
Yes,
And you had said earlier that it didn't appear that it had ever been opened or that there was any tampering, correct? That it
that's
was,
correct.
That it was intact, essentially, right?
Yes,
There was information, was there not, that when the mask came to you, there was more bag because the original bag had been damaged.
not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in a prior proceeding here just last month or so?
Yes,
Okay. And you were asked similar questions by the Attorney General's office. Can you please explain to the jury? Can you please explain to the jury what the bag behind the mask is there? And you explained that attached to the mask is in a clear box, and attached to it is the evidence packaging that the mask arrived in when it arrived to the Attorney General's office. Do you recall that?
generally I do, yes.
And they were asking you about that APD evidence bag you were referring to, and your answer was yes. There's more than one bag because there was damage to the original bag, so it's a bag within a bag at this point, right?
Correct.
So it had to essentially be rebagged at some point.
Because of our opening of it, yes.
Okay, that's the damage that you're referring to?
Yes, it reaches a point on an evidence bag that, depending on the size of it and the size of the item that's inside of it, by opening it, we start to weaken the bag. So to make sure it doesn't break open at some point, if it's paper, we'll use another package.
So when this mask was originally placed in that bag, it was a paper bag at the time, right?
That's correct.
That's the bag that we see Officer Ward using on body cam, right?
I don't believe that's the same bag, but the same type of bag.
Okay, same type of bag, paper, right? And this was something cloth, right?
Yes,
Put in it. And unlike these items of evidence that are sort of pristinely laid out for preservation, we literally, this is just put in a bag because at that time, it was not considered evidence. Would you agree with that?
I can't say that they didn't consider it evidence.
Well, at some point, they released it to Mr. McClain's family, right?
Yes,
It was released, I think we said in May of 2020. Does that sound right?
that does.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about when it was released from 2020 until it came to the possession of your office in 2022, right? We do not know how it was stored.
We do not.
Okay, we do not know who all manipulated the bag, right?
I'll allow it.
Who all might have handled it or manipulated the packaging.
We do not.
Ultimately, you can only control the storage and preservation of evidence after you have it. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
With respect to your involvement, Investigator Ryan, When did you become involved in this case?
I became involved in this case in early 2022.
There were a number of investigators working on the case previously, right?
Yeah, there were several.
A number of other investigators with the Attorney General's office, correct?
Yes,
Who were involved much earlier than you were, right?
yes.
You were asked questions, quite a few questions about the evaluation of body camera evidence in this case, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that. You have spent hours reviewing body camera. Is that correct?
Yes,
I think you testified on direct that you've spent quite a bit of time, right?
yes.
That's a pretty extensive project, right?
It's time consuming.
And how many times would you say you watched the body cameras?
Didn't watch them all the same number of times, but I would say at a minimum, I've watched each one 5 times, some of them 10 times, and some of them more than that,
Right. Maybe 20, 30, lots of times, right?
perhaps.
Because in order to really break down every detail that you're being asked about, you have to watch them several times, right?
Yes,
You can't just watch them once. Things are happening very quickly, right?
they are.
And you have to watch from multiple views, correct?
Yes,
So in the investigation involving Officer Woodyard, you didn't just watch his body camera, right?
that's correct.
You watched the views from multiple other officers' cameras as well, right?
Yes,
And you're trying to discern what's happening on the body camera, right?
yes,
What's happening on each body camera, and then you're sort of piecing it together, correct?
yes,
You're trying to even discern sounds or words from the body camera evidence, right?
I am.
And a lot of those body cameras involved body cameras other than Mr. Woodyard's.
Objection, relevance, cumulative.
Your Honor, he was asked a number of questions about his review of the body camera evidence. I'm asking about his review.
I'll allow a little bit of leeway, but we're getting a bit far afield.
You had talked about reviewing Mr. Woodyard's camera in terms of the length of time, right?
Yes,
And we see that at some point it got knocked off, correct?
yes.
I think I asked you this, and I may have, but I just don't remember. There are a number of cameras that you reviewed in great detail that you don't see him, right?
Objection, beyond scope.
I'm going to sustain the objection. That'll be determined by the jury, presuming they're introduced.
Well, let me ask you this. The Attorney General's office asked you a number of questions about the work you did to evaluate the timestamps, right?
Yes,
And they even put up a chart talking about a formula that in order to kind of coordinate what's happening on any body camera, you have to understand those timestamps, right?
yes,
Because they're all a little bit off, correct?
correct.
You're trying to get a continuum of time, right?
Yes,
That mattered in this investigation, right?
it does.
How long something took, correct?
Yes,
How short something was, right?
yep,
And part of the reason you did that was to track different time frames as they applied to different events that you're evaluating, correct?
yes,
And to track participation of the different person wearing the body camera, how long they,
Speculation beyond scope.
I'm just asking him why they conducted the review we're hearing about, Your Honor.
All right. Well, as I mentioned, we were getting a bit far afield from the direct testimony. So move on.
Well, suffice it to say that in the significant amount of time you spent reviewing body camera evidence, it wasn't limited just to Mr. Woodyard's.
that's correct.
Nothing more this time. Thank you, investigator.
You?
Redirect.
Just wanted to follow up on the condition of the Aurora Police Department evidence bag that the mask was in when it came to the AG's office. When that came in, was the condition of that bag documented?
It was.
Was there any indication that the tamper-proof tape had been tampered with?
There was not.
Was there any indication that it had been opened prior to coming to the AG's office?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
May the witness be excused? All right, you may step down. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait until. Next witness for the people.
I do.
Please state your name and then spell your last name for my court reporter.
My name is Raminder Aulakh, Aulakh.
You're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, do you have a first name that you generally go by?
Tima is my nickname, yes.
Could you spell both your legal first name and your other first name for the court reporter?
The legal name is Raminder, Raminder, but I like being called Tima, Timma. Tima.
Thank you, ma'am. And are you here pursuant to a subpoena today?
Yes, I am.
Is that a court order requiring you to testify?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you do for a living for work?
I own 3 gas stations in Aurora, 2 in Aurora, 1 in Centennial.
Is one of those the Shell station on the corner of Colfax and Billings?
Yes, it is.
Does that Shell station have a convenience store in it as well?
Yes.
Do you own and operate those yourselves, or is it a family business?
I am the district manager. Yes, I do run them myself.
Okay. Did you also own that Shell station on Colfax and Billings back in August of 2019?
Yes. We've owned it since 2009.
Okay. And by we, who do you mean?
My husband and myself.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that particular Shell station. Do you have security cameras or a surveillance camera system?
Yes, we've always had security cameras.
Okay. Can you describe that system to the jury a little?
It's a DVR with 16 channels or cameras that record live for 10 days. And the cameras are all over the property, some outside and inside also.
Is that a similar setup to what you have at all three of your gas stations?
Yes, pretty much. All convenience locations have similar systems.
Do those cameras record events as they're happening?
Yes, they do. Live recording.
Okay. And you mentioned that's saved to a DVR system, is that right?
Yes.
After the incident in this case, did you save that footage and provide it to an investigator?
Yes. I gave it to Aurora Police Department because they were the first ones who came to me that they needed some coverage on some incident that had happened.
Okay. When you take a look at those videos, is there a way when you're watching them to tell what date and what time the footage was recorded?
Absolutely.
How does that work?
There's a time stamp on each of those cameras in the recording.
Okay. And have you reviewed the recordings from this case?
Yes, I have.
Do they appear to be fair and accurate copies of the camera footage that you pulled for that Aurora police officer
Yes, they are.
from August 24th of 2019?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about that specific footage. Did you have a chance before coming into court today to review what we've marked as exhibits 225, 226, 227, 228, and 229?
Yes, I got to see them on September 17th this year.
Okay. And were you able to confirm when you took a look at those exhibits that they are fair and accurate copies of the camera footage from your store?
Absolutely. Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I'd move for admission of people's 225, 226, 227, 228, and 229.
Questions or objections with respect to proposed exhibits 225 through 229?
Judge, assuming that these are the ones that were provided to the defense through discovery, we have no objection.
All right, I'll assume that's true.
It is.
All right, 225 through 229 will be admitted.
Permission to publish exhibit 225 to the jury, please.
You may.
So can we publish 225 starting at timestamp 22, 34, 35? Now, ma'am, can you please describe to the jurors where this camera is on your gas station and what street it points out towards?
That's my dumpster area, and that street is Billings.
Okay. Now, if we were to look at the very top of that, it looks like there's a guardrail. Is that up where 225 is at?
Yes, it's a small ramp that connects Colfax to 225.
Okay. So is this camera pointed basically west?
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's play exhibit 225 until 3458. Now, ma'am, we didn't hear any sound. Do your cameras record sound?
They do not.
Okay, so they're all going to be silent.
Yes.
Okay. That individual that we saw walk into the parking lot there, was that person coming off of Billings Street?
Yes.
The direction that they're walking down towards the handicapped parking spot there, does that lead towards the front door on the other side of the gas station?
Yes, and the transaction area is right there
Okay.
inside the store. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's take a look inside the store. Could we please play exhibit 226 from the beginning? I actually just pause first. Ma'am, could you just orient us here? If we look at the top left, it looks like there's a door up there. Where's that?
That's the white one. That's my office door.
Okay. And off to the right, the door there, where does that door go?
There's two doors. One is the entrance of the store. The door you see in this picture is my office door. The front door is right behind this cooler that says Delhi Express on top. That's right by my front door,
Okay.
where the other customer is standing.
Okay, the gentleman in the tank top. All
Yes.
right, go ahead and play. So the individual who just bought those 3 iced teas, did he exit out through the front door here?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Does that front door face towards Colfax Avenue?
It does.
There's a woman at the bottom of the screen who's wearing a hoodie. And then off to her left, there's another woman with jeans and a jacket on. Do you know who either of those people are?
The jeans is just a customer, and that's my cashier, Mariah Gentry, who's working on this night. Yes.
Okay. Miss Gentry is the woman in the hoodie.
Yes.
I'd like to go back to the same camera that we looked at a moment ago. So let's play exhibit 225 from timestamp 22/37/25. Is this that same view as before?
Yes, it is.
The individual who we just saw waving his arm, what street is he walking out towards?
Billings.
Okay. And when he goes past the dumpsters and takes a right onto Billings, is he then going north on Billings Avenue?
Yes, he is.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are the only questions I have for you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Ma'am, the address of this gas station that we just saw, it's at 14081 East Colfax Avenue, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You usually work there
Yes, I do.
Monday through Friday?
Even Saturdays and Sundays sometimes. Yes.
Sometimes extra days during the weekday, right? Or excuse me, extra days in addition to the weekdays.
Yes.
So you're there a lot, is my point.
Yes.
This area that the Shell gas station is located, do you often call 911 for assistance?
Irrelevance.
Judge, it goes to the security cameras, the purpose of the security cameras, as well as talking about the area that the Shell gas station is located.
Rephrase.
Thank you. Ma'am, you're aware that there's numerous 911 calls from your gas station specifically.
Sustain.
Ma'am, you said that you work there sometimes 7 days a week, correct?
Yes.
Do you call 911 from your gas station?
Again, needs to be narrowed quite a bit before the court will allow it, so sustain.
Let's talk about the time frame that we saw on this video camera. So we saw that was August 24th 2019. There are 40 times that the police had to show up at your business in the,
The same relevance objection you've already sustained.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, are you aware in the 2 months leading up?
Relevance.
If she's aware and has the exact number, I'll allow her to answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you aware whether the police had to show up at your business in the 2 months leading up to August of 2019, around 40 times approximately?
No, I'm not aware of that.
In the 2 months leading up, did you personally have to call 911?
It's so long ago. I cannot specify if I did,
Yeah, it's a while ago. I mean, about 4 years,
Mhm.
right? And so is it fair to say then that you call 911 so often that you can't remember if it's a certain event that sticks out in your mind?
Objection. Relevance.
Yes, and would call for speculation. Sustained.
Okay. Do you call 911 so often from the Shell gas station that you can't remember how often you called in 2 months?
The
Objection.
court just sustained the objection.
In those 2 months leading up to August 24, 2019, do you know how many times the police were called due to weapons being involved?
No, I do not remember.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, was there a kidnapping that occurred in the Shell gas station earlier that year?
Sustained.
This has been relevant. He's had like 10 of them sustained in him.
Well, I was hoping he might get the message.
We'll get there. Thank you, Judge. Well, let's talk about the surveillance cameras themselves. It's important for you to have a good surveillance system, correct?
Any business, it's important to have a surveillance system.
You had 16 cameras throughout that store, right? Is that right?
Yes, on this particular location, I have 16, yes. That's the DVR, it came with that, many channels.
You have 16 cameras because you're concerned about crime.
Not crime, but mostly shoplifting.
Do you recall testifying just September 26th of this year?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall being asked, you would agree with me that you have 16 cameras with a very high-end security system because you're concerned about crime, and answering yes?
No, I don't remember crime, but yes, I did specify a lot of shoplifting,
And you also, part of those 16 cameras are outside your,
There's 3 or 4 outside, yes.
if I could have a second, Judge.
You may.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
Redirect.
Ma'am, I just wanted to give you a chance to finish what you were saying in response to the defense counsel's questions. Why are the surveillance cameras important to your business? Could you explain that to the jury?
Because of shoplifting mainly. Yeah. Now we have even beer, and people just want to, not show the ID, just put some in the jackets here, there. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate that, ma'am. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
May the witness be excused. All right, you may step down. You're excused. Next witness.
Judge, I am informed that our witness is parking, so I might suggest a 5-minute stretch break or bathroom break.
All right. That's fine. We take a short break. Folks, I think we'll only have one jury room, right? Okay. All right. My judicial assistant will take you back in the jury room. There's some water and a restroom back there, but you're not to form or express any opinions about the case, discuss it even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research and stay away from any press coverage. We'll see you back in roughly 5 or 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. If you'll tell us your first and last name and spell your last name.
Deborah Furler, last name is F as in Frank, U-R-L-E-R.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Furler.
Hi.
Can you tell this story what your current employment is?
I work for the Aurora 911 call center. And right now I'm a specialist, so I can take 911 calls, fire dispatch, and police dispatch.
Okay, so are those different roles, call taker, fire, and police dispatch?
Yes,
Okay. How long have you been at the City of Aurora dispatch?
6 years,
6 years?
6, 7, yeah.
6 or 7. So you started back in like 2016, 2017? Okay. Have you been working at the City of Aurora dispatch continuously for these last 6 or 7 years?
Yes, I've just gone part-time, that's all.
Okay. Have you always been a police and fire and call taker? Police and fire dispatcher and call taker the entire 6 or 7 years you've been with dispatch?
Nope, started as a call taker, moved to police, and then moved to fire as well.
So when did you add the additional roles of a police dispatch and then also a fire dispatch?
Police dispatch about 3 years in, and then fire dispatch about a year later.
Do you have any other roles or jobs at Aurora Dispatch?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to talk about the 3 roles that you just mentioned. What is a call taker at a dispatch center?
You're taking all of the 911 calls and non-emergency calls and then entering them into the computer for the police or fire dispatcher to dispatch out to the rigs.
So it's exactly what it sounds like. You're taking those calls. Okay. So what is a police dispatcher?
You're taking all the calls call takers put in and then getting police added to them as they're available.
So as a police dispatcher, then are you not taking the initial 911 call?
No, you're not.
Okay. And then similarly, what is a fire dispatcher?
Taking the 911 call or the call that the call taker puts in and dispatching it out to the fire rigs and ambulance.
Are people typically both a police and fire dispatcher, or is it just one or the other?
Normal training, yeah, is to go through call taking and then police and then fire.
Okay. So I think you just mentioned something about training. Can you tell me about the training it took for you to be first a call taker?
You do about 6 to 8 weeks, it changes, like classroom training. And then you do on-the-job training where you have a trainer literally sitting with you, listening to every call for about a month to 2 months.
Okay. So when you first started 6 or 7 years ago, you did that 6 to 8 week class and then some on-the-job training?
Yep.
And then after that, have you been a call taker on your own without that kind of supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive separate training for the police dispatch?
Yes, it's again, you go back to having a trainer sit with you, and then you have about 2 months of them sitting with you and training through that process.
Are you only able to be a police dispatcher after you've already been a call taker?
If you come from another jurisdiction, maybe, but at our center, you usually always start with call taking and then move your way up.
Okay. So it sounds like call taker is your intro job. Then you get a potential into police dispatch.
Yes.
Then you mentioned fire dispatch. Can you tell us a little bit about how you became a fire dispatcher?
After being on police dispatch for a while, you can apply to move up to the next position. And then as they have available trainers, they'll move you in to train with them. And you do another fire dispatch is a little quicker. It's usually about a month or less of on-the-job training with them.
Okay. So now that you are a fire dispatcher, you have gotten that training for the fire dispatch, for the police dispatch, and the call taker?
Yes.
It sounds like if the call takers are doing one job and then the police dispatch take that information and send it out to the police, are you guys all working very hand in hand together?
Yeah, and if you have any question, we're in a pretty big room, but if you have any questions, as a police dispatcher or a call taker, we have these little intercoms where you can hit up each and every desk and ask questions, or you can message each other.
Okay, so it's pretty open communication between all of
Yes.
you. Okay. So I want to talk kind of generally before we get very into specifics. how does the information from a 911 caller, so someone, outside of your dispatch center, how does that come to you and then eventually out to police? Can you tell us generally what those processes are like?
So our phone system, it automatically will answer for you. It goes to the next available call taker. So it'll ring into your ear. Then you do the usual 911, what's the address of the emergency, confirm address, phone number, name of the caller, and then start asking, tell me exactly what happened. And then as you get that information, you'll put it into our CAD system. At the time of this, we
So,
had
hold on one
Oh,
second.
sorry.
You are giving a lot of information. I think we need to slow down just a little bit.
Yes.
And then I also want to break that down. So you mentioned that you auto answer.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
The phone will automatically basically drop the call into your ear, based on who's been available the longest. It just automatically answers. You hear a beep and then the person's on the line with you.
So is everyone wearing those like phone headsets?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So it's automatically given to you. You don't have any say about what calls you get.
Yep.
Okay. Are there anything that is automatically happening in addition to you getting that call?
The only other thing is it automatically starts recording all calls.
Okay, and that's something you also don't have any authority over. Okay. Okay, and I think I interrupted you in order to get that information out. So after you get those calls automatically given to you, what happens?
So get address, caller's phone number, their name, tell me exactly what happened. At this time, we used a system called ProQA. So you would open that up and ask the caller, tell me exactly what happened. And then from there, based on what they give you, you put in what we call the snapshot of let's say it was a medical call, caller calling with abdominal pain. You'd put that in and you choose the appropriate protocol, whether it be welfare check, a medical call, or suspicious person or civil assist. And then it tells you exactly what to ask the person. Are they on scene? Are they involved? Are they first party, second party? And then going from there, weapons, give a description of the person. Why is something suspicious, or why do they need a welfare check? That type of stuff.
So it sounds like a lot of these things are automated. You automatically get a call, it automatically records.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it automatically gives you some populated answers when you start typing things in.
It has for each protocol, it automatically has a set of questions that you're going to ask for each protocol. And then some of them, are yes or no questions. And then some you have to type in and answer.
Okay. So I'm going to take a quick step back, talking about the recorded calls. So this is an immediate recording device. Are these immediately available for review?
Yes, because you can actually let's say you missed something on a call, weird situation where you need to call a watch commander about something, but you missed something somebody said, you can put them on hold and listen to the recording while they're still on the phone.
Okay. Are you able to review those calls even after the call is complete?
Yes, you can pull up your recording, and the supervisors can pull it up and email them out if they need to.
Okay. So it sounds like then it's easy to access the recorded 911 call.
Yeah.
And it's also able to be sent out
Yeah.
by your supervisors.
Yes.
Can anybody review those 911 calls?
Anybody in the center, yeah, you could pull up somebody else's call and listen to it if you wanted to. Really, nobody does that. Or the supervisors, certainly any of them can pull up anybody's call.
Could a law enforcement officer request to review the recorded 911 calls?
Yeah, they can email or message our supervisors and they can send it over to them.
Thank you. So I want to talk about your employment in August of 2019. Is this when you were still a call taker?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, did the city of Aurora have a specific system for dispatch to use? I think you were referring to it as
ProQA.
Okay. And what is that program?
It's a program that a lot of 911 centers use it has police, fire, and EMS. And it just sets up a complete protocol so that way every call basically is asked the same questions and given the same like pre-arrival instructions.
Okay, and so is that as you are listening to someone on 911, that's what you're reading from that screen
Yes.
as to what you're telling that person?
Yes.
Okay. So what information does the call taker put into the system if you're getting, automated responses back?
So when we've gotten to the ProQA part, you'll click on, depending on what type of question is. So like, is the caller unseen? That's usually like a yes or no question. You'll just click yes or no. And then like describe why something is suspicious or why someone needs a welfare check. You would like click a text box and type in what you need. And then it'll put it into the CAD information.
So you are typing these entries in real time as you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And so in real time, as you type them in, you're getting information back and you're saying it to that caller?
Yes.
Okay. So we've been talking about, I think, CAD system. Can you tell us generally what that is?
It's called computer aided dispatch. So it's a whole system where we can put calls in. And then on the police and fire side, like especially on police side, you can see all the officers you have in your area for that night. You can see who's available, who's on a call. On the fire side, it helps you recommend the correct or closest rig to go to a call.
And does ProQA and CAD system work together to get all of that information in one place?
Yes.
Okay. And is this CAD program something that dispatch at City of Aurora rely on in their ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And does this CAD system keep a running log of what is occurring on any specific call?
Yes.
Are the updates by you or dispatchers made in real time?
Yes.
Did you receive a 911, or sorry, I'm going to move more specifically now, so we're not talking generals as much, but did you receive a 911 call on August 24th, 2019 from the area of Colfax and Billings?
Yes.
And is that area Colfax and Billings in Adams County?
Everything north of Colfax is yes.
Okay. So was that 911 call from August 24th, 2019 recorded?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that phone call prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. And was that reviewed phone call an accurate and fair copy of the 911 call you took from August 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness with Exhibit 230?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Furler, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the CD with the recording of the phone call.
And how do you recognize that it's the phone call that we were talking about from August 24th, 2019?
It does have my initials on it and everything.
Okay, so it's the same CD that
Yeah.
you had reviewed.
Yes.
And I think for the court reporter, we're going to have to not talk over each other. So at this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit this exhibit.
230?
Yes.
All right, questions or objections with respect to 230?
No objection, Judge.
All right, the court will admit Exhibit 230.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would also request permission to publish Exhibit 230.
You may.
For 2019, 22 hours, 29 minutes, and 27 seconds.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
That call to let me check real quick.
Okay.
It's Billing Street and Blackhawk
Okay, is it Black Hawk Way, Black Hawk?
Street.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just repeat that intersection for verification.
Green Street and Black Hawk.
Okay, are you sure you're not on, give me 1 second. Is it possibly Evergreen?
No, this is Aurora.
Okay, well, no, I understand that. I just don't show you anywhere near a Blackhawk.
It's Black
You-
Hawk Street.
Okay, just stay on the line. Give me 1 moment. I don't show you, what I'm saying is I don't show you anywhere near Billings and Blackhawk.
What about Billing Street and Evergreen?
Okay, that's where I show you near. Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
720-285-6973.
And your name?
Juan,
And your last name, Juan?
Dana.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
So there's a guy. He's watching the opposite. What's the opposite of north?
South?
South. Yeah, he's walking south on Billing Street. And he has a mask on.
Okay.
And then when I passed by him, he puts his hands up and does all these kinds of signs. I don't know. He looks sketchy. He might be
Okay.
a good person or a bad person.
Yeah.
But he has a mask on.
Okay. Armed.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna put a call in so officers can go see what's going on, okay? Are you still at that location now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When did this happen? When did you see him?
Right now, he's like, I just turned around and he's like putting his hands up.
Okay. Don't approach him, okay? If you need to, just drive away. I don't want you to go near him. Were any weapons involved or mentioned?
No.
Okay. I already have a call in. Okay. I need to get his full description. What race is he?
I think he's a black male.
Okay. How old does he look? I know he's wearing a mask.
I have no clue.
Okay. What color's the mask or what does it look like?
Black.
Black mask?
He's like a gas station on Billing Street on Colfax now.
Okay. Is it like a ski mask or what type of mask is it?
Yeah, like a ski mask.
Okay. And then what else is he wearing?
Well, I don't know. That color's like a brown long sleeve shirt.
Okay.
And then black dress.
Okay. Black pants. Okay. Give me 1 moment. I'm just adding notes. Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
No.
Okay. We have this call in, sir. Don't approach that person and do not disturb anything at the scene. We are going to have officers dispatched to check the area and try and locate him, okay?
Okay, he's walking towards the gas station on Harris Street.
Yep. I let them know that, okay? So don't follow him or anything. We're going to have officers come check the area, okay?
Okay.
Just call us back immediately if anything changes or if you have any further information.
Sounds good.
All right. And do you need officers to contact you, sir?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Call us back immediately if anything changes.
Okay, well.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the female voice on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that yours?
Yes.
Okay. So you do a couple of things on that phone call, such as verifying this location of the phone call. What's the importance of that?
To basically just to get people to the right place.
Okay. So you also verify if the caller can see any weapons on a person. What is the importance of that?
Basically just to establish like level of like seriousness, I guess, you know, if you see weapons, like might be a more serious call, but it is a question purely that we are pro QA asks as well.
And do you recall what the caller said about weapons being present?
No weapons.
Okay. Do you also make inquiries about whether the caller himself is in danger?
Yes.
And what was the result of those questions?
Not in danger.
Was there any indication that other people were in danger?
No, caller and others were not in danger.
Okay. So I want to now discuss the associated CAD log with this particular phone call. And I I'm requesting permission to approach this witness with with one exhibit 234. And that is Discovery 9857.
And Judge, may we approach?
All right.
Your Honor, may I just have one moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 234? It's a full copy, provided also actually a courtesy by the defense.
All right, you may approach with 234.
Thank you. Take your time to review.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the CAD log notes, at least for the police call from the call on that night.
And how do you know that is what those are?
just from seeing them multiple times in the past.
So are you familiar with dispatch logs due to your position at dispatch?
Yes.
Okay. What generally do these dispatch logs document?
They put in basically everything I've typed in. They will show when the police dispatcher, really anybody in the room, looks at priors or premise information. It'll show when officers are dispatched, if they hit their route key, if they hit their on-scene key, or if the dispatcher puts them on scene in code 4, all the timestamps.
So is the purpose of these to really provide almost like a running timeline from multiple different people?
Yes.
Okay. Who is able to see this information?
Everybody in our call center can pull up a call.
Okay. Are police officers able to see this information from their vehicles?
Yes, from their mobile computers.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate dispatch log for this particular event in August 24th, 2019?
Yes.
At this time, the people would move to admit this exhibit.
Objection or voir dire with respect to 234.
Objection.
234 may be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would also request to publish Exhibit 234.
You may.
Thank you. Okay. So I want to start at the top. This is a lot for me, so I'm going to need your help in telling me what I'm looking at. I see kind of 4 major columns. I understand date and time.
Yeah.
Can you help me out with what is the remaining columns?
So the terminal, so CAD 18, that was where I was sitting. That's which computer is looking at the information.
So it's almost literally like a terminal is a desk.
Yes.
Okay.
And then CAD 8 was the dispatcher, the police dispatcher for the call. And then the operator that was my ID number. And then the 4th column is just all the call notes. And then that'll show where, if someone pulls up priors and premise, it'll put all the time. That's where all the timestamp information, everything goes.
Okay. So Roy, I want to focus in on the first couple entries starting from the event created. Yes. So you just mentioned terminal and operator. That seems to be an identifier. Is
Yes.
that fair to say? Okay. Can you identify yourself from this?
Yeah. The ID 314530.
Okay. So you're this operator.
Yep.
And that was the terminal you were at CAD 14 or
CAD
sorry,
18. Yes.
Okay. So I see that first thing just says event created on the 4th column. Who creates the event?
The 911 call taker would.
Okay. And so who starts the log? This type colon suspo 129 CO1 suspicious person. Who is typing that?
So it's partially me, partially ProQA. I put in the address, and then with ProQA, they put in what we call a determinant code, suspo 129CO1.
Okay. So how can you tell just by looking at this, maybe the first couple entries, how do you know what you as the terminal operator put in versus what you get from ProQA?
Mostly everything that's fully capitalized is basically what I typed. And then ProQA does the more capitalized lower letters. So at no known weapons involved, that was one where I selected yes or no, and then it automatically types it in there.
Okay. So I do want to talk then about that event remark. What part of that did you put into the system based on that 911 call?
I typed in male walking southbound on Billings, has mask on. When RP passed him, he started waving his arms. I typed that whole line.
Okay, so SB is southbound?
Southbound, yes.
And RP is?
Caller.
Okay. So then the next 5 lines, I see some lowercase and some caps. Talk to me about what is happening there.
Yeah. So with no weapons involved, that's yes or no question. So it automatically types that. And then second party caller on scene because he was there, but not actually involved. So another, just select a button. Suspicious because I put notes because I'd already typed in what the caller had said was suspicious. And then in progress, another just hit the button is in progress, or if it would have happened 20 minutes ago, I would have typed in 20 minutes or something. And then suspicious person. For this protocol, you choose like suspicious person, suspicious vehicle, suspicious circumstance, I believe, and then chose suspicious person, so it puts that information in.
So when you say suspicious because notes, are you talking about what this top line was, male walking southbound?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this information provided to law enforcement officers as part of dispatch?
Yes. Even before they get dispatched to the call, they can pull up a call and look at it because they ask like, hey, can you call back a caller on something? So they can see the call notes. And then when they get dispatched, it comes to their computer as well.
Okay. So I think you started talking about this, but what does second party mean?
So the caller had said he was on scene, but he wasn't like involved. He wasn't talking to the subject. He wasn't the subject that was being called in on. So he's second party person on scene.
Okay. If there was like an active person being harmed, would it have been listed on this initial like event remark?
Yeah, I believe it says involved party or like first party caller on scene. So like my house is being broken into or whatever, then it would be like first party caller or involved party.
Okay, so is it known second party is not someone actively involved in whatever might be happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Roy, if we can, yeah, thank you. So I now want to go to kind of the next thing that I see all caps for. And that is an event, it looks like the 22-32-47. I'm seeing, oh, I see two, I guess, actually. Oh, it looks like 3 entries that are all at that same time. Can you tell us what you entered and why we have those 3 lines?
So the first one is that's just the event updated revision number. That's just a system thing. The second one, event remark person description. ProQA comes up with a whole pop-up box that has a list for description. Our center's basics is you need to get race, sex, try and get an age, and clothing description.
Okay, so this is as you're on the phone with the caller and you're
Yes.
getting more and more information. Okay, thank you. So as we're looking through this, all of the all caps things are what you are getting actively in the moment from the 911 caller.
Yes.
Okay. So I see the end of, I see now mail now at Billings and Colfax.
Yes.
And so this is just literally as it's happening, you are just typing. Okay,
Yes.
and so I think you mentioned as you're typing, you're getting responses back of what to say to this caller. Okay.
Yeah, and that the mail at Billings and Colfax, the caller like 2 or 3 times said he's walking now, he's close to Billings and Colfax. That I go like kind of leave ProQA, go directly into the CAD notes and typed that into there.
So you get some information from this particular 911 caller that or generally from 911 callers that might not fit into a perfect box of, oh, this is, you know, what they're wearing, what they're doing, things like that. So for example, in this call, your 911 caller said about a good guy or a bad guy. Could be a good guy, could be a bad guy. Is that something that can be referred to like easily on these notes?
I did not type that specific part in the notes, no.
Okay. Okay. So I want to now talk about, I see a bunch of CAD 18s in the terminal line. And then starting at 22-33-56, I'm now seeing another terminal in there. Can you tell me what's the change here? What?
That's when the dispatcher is pulling up the call. If you go to the one at 22:33:27, that was when the dispatcher pulled up the call and then looked at the LOI or location of information. That's like premise, like let's say it was a business or something, it would be premise information or any prior calls, caution notes, all of that information.
So that first entry by CAD 8 is based off of the information you provided as to this being at Billings and Colfax?
Yes.
Okay. So moving down a couple to an event update to first unit dispatched. Can you tell us about that? How does a unit get dispatched and what is the unit in this particular case?
So the dispatcher would be the one dispatching them. Depending on the circumstances, let's say in this call, it's unit 312 that was dispatched initially. If they're available, and the dispatcher will say 312, they respond back 312. And then the dispatcher will say 312, I need you to head towards the suspicious call and then give all the information from the call. Or the officer can ask for it if they're available and able to go to it as well.
Okay, so when this is an auto-assigned dispatch, the dispatch includes that first event remark and all of the subsequent information you've provided.
Yes, like they'll get.
So they get the fact that there was no known weapons involved?
Yes.
That it was by a second party?
Yeah, they will see, they won't see like necessarily like the part where it says like event updated, common event revision, but they will see all of the notes that we talked about that I put in.
Okay, so all the notes that you put in, and then do they get any of the pro QA, no known weapons?
Yes.
Second, okay,
They see all that.
okay. And then you mentioned at that same time, even if they don't look at the dispatch, they can still contact dispatch for the actual call.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so going back to the CAD notes, so we have this auto-assigned dispatch. Are you aware of who primary unit 312 is?
I don't know based off their ID number who it was. I would need a list of which ID number goes to who.
Okay. Okay, so two below that, it says event remark aired. What is that?
That was the dispatcher typing in that they had aired the call information out.
Okay, so at that point, it is this CAD 8 person who's dispatching the information you already provided.
Yes.
Okay. So after that, we have some more new terminal users. Can you tell me who those might be? I see $312.
That would be the actual officer in their car hitting the button that shows that they're en route to the call.
Okay. So that is something that the police officer, that unit, is communicating back to dispatch.
Yes, they're not in this case, it wasn't by radio, it was just by them pressing the button and then the computer it changes their 312 on our screen to green in color showing they're en route.
Okay. But it is still a communication back, so
Yes.
you guys know who's taking the call and which unit is
Yes.
taking the call. Okay. So I see a lot of like event updated, unit updated. Can you tell me, does that signify something about who is updating things?
Yeah, if it says unit updated, usually that's like the officer did something on their computer, either they put themselves en route or on scene or whatever. An event updated is usually either like some background computer system that's doing something or the dispatcher is updating something on the call.
Okay. So in this case, we did have the one, I think we were calling it as like an auto assignment to the first call. Were there other units assigned to this call or volunteered for this call?
It looks like 2234-218 was also dispatched to the call.
Okay. And can you tell how many officers are in that particular unit?
There are 2 ID numbers, so I'm assuming 2 officers were in that unit that night.
Okay, so for the first assigned call, it's 1 officer based on just having 1 employee ID?
Yes,
And then the second call is for 2 officers?
yes.
Okay. And okay, never mind. So I think you mentioned unit updates are coming into dispatch from law enforcement, and then event updates are coming, or remarks or anything that says event, that's coming from the dispatch center. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So as we continue through these CAD notes, are we seeing more unit updates as you're getting more information from the police officers?
Yes, like, you'll see it more like as they're starting to put themselves en route, or once as they get on scene, if they hit their on scene button, you'll see more of those notes as well.
Okay. So I want to move to page 2 of our CAD notes to 224258. It's
And council, in the next 10 or 15 minutes, if you could find a good place to break.
will do. Thank you. Okay, so I see this as all caps and an event remark. So does that mean this came from the dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay. How was this information, I guess, provided to the dispatch center?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is speculation.
Response?
I'm just asking how, in her job as dispatcher, how would this be notated in here?
All right, the court will find that there's been foundation for the witness to testify, at least in general, how this would be entered. So I'll overrule the objection.
So that is something that the CAD 8, the dispatcher for District 2 typed in.
Okay. And is that the police dispatch person, is that person in communication with the police units?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is information she would have gotten from 312, that
Objection, Your Honor.
particular police unit?
This would be speculation,
I think the
as well as
foundation-
leading.
Response?
the foundation has been laid as to how this dispatch typically works. And as Ms. Furler is a police and fire dispatch, she would be able to talk about how things get to dispatch and then out on these CAD logs.
She could testify to how things come in and how things go out, but the specifics, I'll sustain the objection with respect to that. Go ahead.
So these, this entry and the next one, where they are both in all caps, that is information that is from Unit 312. Is that correct?
Sorry, Your Honor. That's still the same. It's regarding this specific one, so that's still under the same speculation objection.
Sustain.
So Ms. Furler, I see 312 -- out with mail NB on billings from Colfax. Can you tell me from this information who provided this information to dispatch?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Response?
The foundation has been laid that she would be able to testify as to.
Sustain.
Thank you. For CAD 08, what is that particular police dispatcher's role in communicating with police officers responding to this scene?
It'd be over radio, and then what officers tell them back. If it's important, type it into the notes, or at least just copy them.
So the police dispatcher is tasked with updating the CAD notes with what they hear from police officers over the radio.
I'm sorry, this is leading.
Response?
This is just to get this particular bit of information out. She can agree or disagree. It is not a forced answer or question.
All right, rephrase.
Is it the police dispatcher who is tasked with putting information into this CAD log from what they hear from police officers.
Yes.
And so these two entries are from the police dispatcher.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I don't have an issue with the, the contents, but she's not the one that typed it in, so it'd be speculation.
All right. Well, she said that that information was typed in by the police dispatcher. I think that was the gist of the question, so I'll allow it.
Thank you. So moving on, I see a little bit below another all caps event. And that is 224517. And this one says 218 dash dash, start fire and keep everyone coming. So who can you tell from this dispatch log who entered that information?
Sorry, Your Honor, that'd be speculation.
Well, if she can tell us who, then it's not speculation, so I'll allow it.
It would be the police dispatcher that was at Cat 8.
Okay, so still that same person in communication with the police units?
Yes.
Okay. And I should have asked, what is the significance of 218?
That's the officer's call sign.
Okay. 218 is not the auto-assigned officer, is that correct? You can look at the CAD notes in front of you.
He initially, it went to 312. He was the first unit dispatched, and then 218 was the second unit that was added.
Okay. All right. So moving on to 224651. This would be another update from police dispatch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what and who, I guess, was this the first initial auto-assigned officer or the second unit that arrived? Who's updating this?
That was the second unit that was dispatched to the call.
Okay. And then moving down to 224745 and 224753. Is this information also provided by the police dispatcher?
Yes.
And what is, so now I'm seeing a couple different things. I see 218 and now CR 26. I think 218 is our second car that's dispatched. What is CR 26?
That would be the sergeant, so cruiser 26.
Okay. So Ms. Furler, you have the dispatch CAD notes in front of you, is that correct?
Yes.
I want you to take a look at pages 1 through 3 and let me know how many calls for fire you see.
So there's only technically one line of where they are calling
And
or
was that-
requesting fire.
Sorry, and is that something that we just reviewed at 224517?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by unit 218?
Yes.
So there's no further updates to fire?
On page 3, it says waiting for in the bay for the AMBO. I don't,
What does that mean?
I can only assume on that one.
Don't assume?
No,
Yep,
yeah.
that's fine. So what I'm seeing, sorry, if a unit at the scene calls for fire, would that be represented on these CAD notes?
Yes, in the police dispatcher typing in 218 start fire. We don't have the fire event notes, so I don't know their exact times, but it does say cross-referenced at 22:45:48 and it has the fire event number at the end of that line as well.
So there are no updates on any medical things to fire from the police dispatch?
No.
Okay. And I just want to confirm that's the case until 23/10/10, which is on the third page of our dispatch.
Yes, that was,
Hold on one sec. I think we're gonna.
Yeah.
We all want to follow along. So this last thing, what is that?
that came from my supervisor on CAD 15. And that is that she's sending out a SIG page, which is kind of like a message that goes to like upper command staff, notifying them that there was a core 0 or a core person not conscious, not breathing involved in this call.
Okay. And so prior to this time, 23/10/10, there was just one call to fire, and it was by the second unit that arrived on scene.
Second unit that was dispatched, I don't know arrival times.
Okay. But not the auto assigned person.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Okay, so I just had a quick question. Are you saying core O, core, what is that? And can you explain what that means? I think you kind of went right through it.
It's core -0, which in our terminology means there's a party not conscious, not breathing.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further.
We're going to take our longer afternoon recess at this time. Recall not to form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Stay away from any press coverage. And like you have you back available to be back in the courtroom in roughly 15 minutes. The clock on the wall says 10 after, so I guess that would be pretty close to 25 minutes after 3 o'clock. Wasn't sure if you were done with the direct yet, but I assume we are. My cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Ms. Furler, back in August of 2019, you have been working dispatch for about 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
In those 4 years, you quickly learned that this area near Billings and Colfax is a high call volume area.
Anything along Colfax tends to be yes.
A lot of 911 calls.
Yes.
And that's what you learned from just working dispatch.
Yes.
Right? Rather than being an officer interacting with people out there.
Yeah, purely in dispatch.
High call volume, high crime.
Response?
Yes, Your Honor. It goes towards her state of mind when interacting with the 911 caller.
Sustain.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about your interaction with the 911 caller. You received a report that the caller had said that there's a masked man in that area, correct? I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
This masked man, the caller had described as sketchy. Is that right?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
don't let me tell you. Do you remember in the 911 call?
Just said that male was walking with a mask, waving arms, and then he had stated, don't know if this is a good or a bad person.
Do you recall him using the term sketchy?
Don't remember that specific word, but
No problem. Would listening to a 911 call help again?
sure.
Your Honor, may we have the screen to play Mr. McCrae, Exhibit 230?
Yes.
24th, 2019, 22 hours, 29 minutes, and 27 seconds.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
Black Hawk or something?
Okay.
It's Billings Street and Black Hawk
Okay, is it Black Hawk Way, Black Hawk?
Street.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just repeat that intersection for verification.
Billings Street and Black Hawk.
Okay, are you sure you're not on, give me 1 second. Is it possibly Evergreen?
No, this is a
Okay, well, no, I understand that. I just don't show you anywhere near a Black Hawk.
it's Black Hawk Street.
Okay, just stay on the line. Give me 1 moment. I don't show you, what I'm saying is I don't show you anywhere near Billings and Black Hawk.
What about Billings Street and Evergreen?
Okay, that's where I show you near. Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
720-285-6973.
And your name?
Juan,
And your last name, Juan?
Vega.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
So there's a guy. He's walking. What's the opposite of north?
South?
South, yeah. He's walking south on Billings Street. And he has a mask on.
Okay.
And then when I pass by him, he puts his hands up and does all these kinds of signs. I don't know. He looks sketchy. He might be
Okay.
a good person or a bad person.
Describe him as sketchy.
Yes.
When we played when we first listened to a 911 call, we also then later hear you tell the caller not to approach this sketchy masked man. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you instructed the caller to drive away if needed.
Yes.
We heard earlier your testimony, you were asked whether there's any weapons involved.
Yes.
The question you had posed to the caller was whether there are any weapons involved or mentioned.
Yes.
The caller answered no.
Yes.
You actually don't know whether the masked man had a weapon.
No.
The caller just noted that the masked man didn't mention any weapons.
Yes.
And that weapons were not involved in the incident that he was reporting.
Yes.
Because what he was reporting was when he drove past the masked man started waving his arms at him.
Yes.
Nothing about flashing a weapon or anything along those lines.
No.
You knew it was likely that the caller had not searched the masked man. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Is the quote, no known weapons designation meant to inform the officers that they should be reassured that no weapons will be found?
Response.
It's the designated purpose and her state of mind when she's entering no known weapons, Your Honor.
Well, I'll allow her to answer for her personally, I suppose. Go ahead.
I would say personally, in a way, yes, it's saying that the caller hasn't seen or isn't reporting weapons. But from my personal history and working the job, they always assume there's going to be possibly some sort of weapon, and they're already bringing a weapon on themselves to the scene.
And so when we say it's not no weapons, it's no known weapons.
Yes.
In other words, you always need to be alert that there may be weapons.
Yes.
Okay. The caller never reported an actual crime. Is that fair?
Yes.
But you still instructed the caller not to approach the masked man.
Yes, that comes from ProQA instructions for any type of really any police event, kind of, unless we're trying to provide medical aid, we tell them do not approach.
Sure. Well, did you ever think, well, since there's no crime reported, maybe I should have this citizen approach this sketchy masked man?
Objection to relevance and speculation.
Sustained.
Well, talk to me about the priorities. I apologize. I don't think it was mentioned in direct. You have a scale system of priority 1 through, I believe, 9. Is that right?
Yes, we really only use 1 through 4, and then we use priority 8 for if it's just going to be a phone call. But priority 1s are in progress events, like domestics where they're actively arguing, or robberies that are occurring in the last 5 minutes. Priority 2s are something's happening, but not necessarily someone's in life-threatening danger right now. Priority 3s are more priority 3s and 4s kind of go hand in hand. It's noise complaints or area watches or motor vehicle thefts that they don't have suspect information.
Sure. All right. So 1 through 4. 4 is what we would consider, let's say, no crime involved. Is maybe a question or, hey, they're asking for an officer for assistance.
Yes.
Okay. Priority 3, more along the lines of, hey, maybe a crime occurred. I came outside in the morning and my car looked like it was broken into the night before, but no one's on scene.
Yeah, cold complaints or completely no suspect information, that type of stuff.
And priority 1, maybe an active shooting, someone's actually injured on scene.
Yes.
Okay. So get there, sort of thing.
Yes.
Priority 2, someone is, it's not a cold call. It's not something happened last night. It's not something that take your time and mosey on over.
Yes, it's on the dispatch side, it's priority 1s are, let's say nobody's available. You will try your hardest to get somebody available to go. Priority 2s are, you're not going to clear somebody from another call that they're en route to send to a priority 2.
Priority 2 is something is happening right now.
Yes. Or very recently happened.
From the information that you had, did you believe that there's a risk to this citizen?
Objection to speculation.
Response.
It's going based on the information she had, Your Honor.
Well, I think her testimony was that she was prompted in her questions through the CAD system. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Let's talk about the knowledge you had then. You knew that this citizen was concerned enough to call 911, correct?
Yes,
You knew that law enforcement agencies also have non-emergency lines, correct?
yes,
You know that the citizen did not call one of the non-emergency lines.
yes.
Did you ever think, well, I don't want to send one of the officers out there in harm's way, send someone else?
It's not a choice I can make. It's, if I get a call, I put it in the most, like, let's say neighbors are having a dispute over a lawnmower. I can kind of explain to them that's a civil matter, but like in a case where like welfare checks, suspicious, those type of things, I can't tell the caller we're not coming.
And also, really, there's no one else to send in this scenario. Is that fair?
Yes, fire's not gonna handle it.
It's the police that handle
Yes.
this. So while you tell the citizens to stay a safe distance away, you know you have to send an officer into this potentially dangerous situation.
Yes,
You mentioned that the CAD notes that can show up on an officer screen.
yes,
You know that the information that's put on that screen is only as good as what the caller relays.
yes,
In other words, you only know what the caller tells you.
yes,
And the officer only knows what is conveyed to them through the CAD.
yes,
So it's almost like a game of literal telephone.
yes,
So in this case, the officer that's getting this dispatch, the information he's getting in real time is that there's a suspicious person wearing a ski mask, wearing long sleeve shirt and black sweatpants.
yes.
The officers obviously know what the weather is outside. That's not something you need to relay.
No,
They know that this call was made by a reporting party,
yes,
which would mean that a citizen was concerned enough to call 911.
yes,
And depending on the officer, they also know the location of where they're going and the history of that location.
yes.
May we, Mr. McCrae, can you please put up the CAD notes? That would be People's Exhibit.
234.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrae, if you can go down to 223418. No problem. 223418, so that would be page 1. There you go. All right. I'm specifically looking at the event note aired. So this is after, and I believe you had testified, this is what CAD 08 typed in him or herself.
Yes,
You later know that that's Miss Hall.
yes,
Okay, CAD 08 is Miss Hall.
yes,
All right. So she typed in these notes after airing 312 to go.
yes,
She's also able to contact 312.
yes,
She can radio 312.
yes,
That's typically the regular procedure.
yes,
You don't know what information was conveyed to 312 via
No.
the air. We wouldn't see that on this.
no,
Now, your information that you collected from the 911 caller was transferred to Miss Hull or CAD 08.
yes,
So she didn't actually speak to the caller either.
no,
She's only getting the information from you.
yes,
All right. Mr. McCrae, can you move it up just a tiny bit? There you go. All right. And so if we look at 223356, the event updated, first unit dispatch time, that was 223356. Is that right?
yes,
So that's about 10:33 with 56 seconds.
yes,
All right. If we can go down to then 224258. We see the note 312 out with mail NB on billings from Colfax.
Yes.
CAD 08, so that's Ms. Hull typing that information in
Yes.
directly from 312.
Yes.
312 is not typing that in.
No.
They're airing that information.
Yes.
As a dispatcher, you know that that 312 is relaying that he's out of his car for safety precautions.
I can't say whether he's out of his car or in the car seeing this.
I see.
Yeah.
So, but you understand as a dispatcher that he's relaying the status of I'm contacting this sketchy mass person so that people are aware what's happening.
Yes.
Okay. And this information isn't just being broadcast to the dispatch, it's being broadcast to anyone that's paying attention to the CAD.
Anybody that on the CAD and anybody that can hear the radio.
So radio as well as CAD.
Yes.
Law enforcement officers.
Yes.
Okay. You know that this information is relayed to everyone on the radio so that they're also aware of the location and status.
Objection is speculation as to who else would know and how many people.
Response.
Judge, I'm going just based off what she said. That's law enforcement on the radio.
I think she's kind of answered that anybody who was paying attention be informed, but I don't think she can guess how many people were paying attention or not.
Agreed. Not asking for, hey, is it 52 people or 14 or whatever?
Yeah.
Whoever's on the radio will hear.
Yeah. Anybody listening to Channel 2 for this event would hear.
You know, as a dispatcher, that's important for these officers to communicate with each other when they're entering into a dangerous situation.
Objection is speculation.
Response.
Judge, I can ask if she knows.
Well, I think we're lacking a little bit of foundation unless she's received law enforcement training specifically.
Ms. Furler, at the time in 2019, you had been working for dispatch for about 4 years.
Yes.
You understand in terms of your training, the importance of communication among the officers.
Yes.
You understand in terms of the importance of dispatch to officers.
Yes.
You understand in terms of relaying what information, or excuse me, the importance of relaying relevant factual information to officers.
Yes.
You also understand the importance of keeping the airways clear,
Yes.
to not just gossip or talk about random things.
Yes.
That's because you also know that officers need that airway clear in case an emergent situation occurs.
Yes.
And you also know as part of that, that in order to keep the airways clear, or the reason for keeping the airways clear is because they need to be able to communicate with other officers in case there's an emergent situation.
Objection is speculation.
Response.
You laid the adequate foundation, but I can ask her if she's aware or if she knows.
I'll sustain the objection on foundation.
You know as a dispatcher that if an officer calls for help, but you don't know where they are, you cannot send units their way.
Yeah. I wouldn't know where to send them.
Then they'd be all alone.
Yeah. We'd just be searching the city.
Now, when you dispatch an officer, they need to go.
Yes.
The only way to avoid a call is if they go higher up and ask their sergeant to cancel the call.
Yes.
But the majority of the time, when the officer receives the call, they can't just cancel it.
Yes. The sergeant would have to have good reason.
So they can't cancel it on their own.
No.
Dispatch is the one who assigns the officer?
Yes, officers can ask for calls, but dispatch majority of the time is the one that's like 312, you're available, you've got this call.
And in this scenario, 312 was dispatched.
Yes.
312 had to go.
Yes.
You mentioned other officers can join the call. I want to elaborate a little bit more on that. If they're reviewing the CAD, if they heard it on the radio, they can then dispatch you or call you, dispatch, and say, add me to this call.
Yes.
I'm going to help out.
Yes, for priority 2 calls, we will always send like priority 2s and 3s for really most police calls. You get at least 2 officer response, 2 cars response. Unless it's just a 2-man car, we can send them by themselves. But so 312 was a single car, so he needs at least 1 more car, even if it has 4 other people in it, he needs somebody else to go with him.
And in this scenario, we know that 3 officers were sent
Yes,
initially.
yes,
And when we're saying that they can request to join the call, they can't just do it on their own. They have to dispatch you.
yes. Only sergeants can automatically add themselves. Loose sergeants and above can automatically add themselves.
So sergeants, we're talking like supervisors, sergeant,
Yes.
lieutenant, captain.
Yes,
They can assign your call themselves to a call.
yes,
They don't need your permission.
no,
We mentioned here that sergeants are identified as cruisers on the CAD, right?
yes,
So they start with a CR number.
yes.
So if Mr. McCrae, you go to page 2, I believe there's a CR 30. Let's see, I see that at 224736.
Yes,
Okay. And again, we know that's a supervisor.
yes,
What about on page 7? We see a CPT 8, captain.
captain.
Okay. Is that the highest ranking or higher ranking than a sergeant?
Yes,
You noted, you're asked about 224517, if we can get to that, Mr. McCrae, 224517. 4517. We see the event remark that Ms. Hull or CAD 08 put in, says start fire and keep everyone coming. That's from 218.
yes. I would have most likely said it on the radio. Yes,
So the cover officers, not 312, had sent that in.
no, 218 said it.
218 was the
Yeah.
cover. And that was at, let me just write that down. Now, let's talk about what fire means. You're aware when start fire means, for Aurora means get medical over here.
Yes, an ambulance and a fire truck.
Not just, hey, there's a fire, we need someone to put it out. It's send medical.
Yes,
So we had talked about how at 223356, that's when unit 1, or excuse me, 312 was dispatched. And then if we can get to, excuse me, when we said 224258, that is when the officer was out with the mail. Do you recall that?
yes,
224258. And we said start medical is at 224517.
yes.
So then less than 2 minutes of contact with the individual, medical was requested.
Yes,
So this isn't a scenario where medical was never requested from you.
no,
And when I say you, dispatch.
yes,
Dispatch received instructions to send medical.
yes,
And we know, based off of what we just saw with the CR, that supervisors respond to the scene as well.
yes,
On page 2, we can see that CR 30 made entries. They're the ones that CRs, supervisors, they're allowed to make entries, correct?
the officers can also add notes as well. Yes,
Correct. And so if we look at 224551, we see $CR 30. That's a supervisor.
yes,
And at 22:45:55, we see that CR 30 status ER. Does ER mean en route?
Yes.
So within less than a minute of receiving send fire, a supervisor is on his way.
Yes.
Or her way.
Cell phone, the call-in was en route.
We then see at 22:47:36 that the supervisor status, 22:47:36, the supervisor status is AR, arrival.
Arrive on scene.
So we know, at least from the CAD reports, that as of 22:47:36, there's at least one high-ranking sergeant, lieutenant, whoever on scene.
Yes.
We also see at 22:46:31, CR 26. That's another supervisor,
Yes.
another sergeant
Yes.
or lieutenant.
Sergeant, yes. Lieutenants will be L.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay. Status DU, dispatch unit.
Yes.
So they're indicating CR 26 is on his or her way as well.
Yes.
And then we can see that 22:47:53 at the very bottom, CR 26 is saying slow everyone down.
Yes.
At 22:48:36, CR 26, right at the very end, right there is fine. You see 22:49:58, the one right below that says CR 26 to come in off Montview because street is clogged on Billings.
Yes.
So we know at the very least at that time, he or she is also on scene.
Yes.
2 supervisors on scene.
Yes.
These CRs are higher ranking than the officers you initially dispatch.
Yes.
We talked about, or we heard you talk about that the officer first assigned is primary. Is that fair? Or let me ask you, is the first officer assigned primary?
Usually, yes.
Usually, it's not a gold standard.
Yes, because like, let's say only like a 313 was available for the call and we sent 313 initially, but then 312 was available. This is in beat 12. So usually you're going to take a call in your own beat.
Sure.
So you'd take primary on it.
Now, when someone's dispatched as primary cover, on scene, the police make their own determination as to who's leading things.
Objection is speculation.
Response.
Foundation, sorry.
I'm sorry, is it?
It's both foundation and speculation.
Response.
Judge, if we can approach, I'd be happy. Otherwise, I can respond from here.
Well, you can, but go ahead and approach. The court will sustain the objection at this time.
Ma'am, you've received training in dispatch, correct?
Yes.
As well as, so this would now be about 8 years with dispatch, is that fair?
6 to 7, like right in there. Yeah.
And so you've had plenty of experience watching through the CADs, at least, the interaction with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And through the training and experience you have, do you believe that you have the ability to make a determination as to whether or not on scene, police make their own determination as to who's leading things?
Objection to relevance to, again, foundation, and this being an improper witness for officer commentary.
All right, well, I'll let witness answer the question that was just asked.
Personal experience, yes, when officers get on scene, like you can't all command the scene at once, so somebody's gonna have to take charge.
And that doesn't necessarily mean primary.
No, just whoever kind of like is running the scene at the moment,
Whoever starts barking orders.
in essence.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Now, I want to be very clear, Ms. Furler, I'm not criticizing your work here, not making any suggestions towards that, but let me ask you this. Do you think it'd be fair if I asked you why you sent police out 4 years later? 4 years from when you took the action. Do you think it'd be fair for me to say, Mr. McClain was just buying iced tea. Why did you send police?
Objection to relevance to speculation and lack of foundation.
Sustain.
Well, let me ask you about your perception that day. Had you known it was merely an unarmed man buying iced tea, would you have written that in the CADs?
Objection to foundation and relevance.
Sustained.
You had once described, or you had just described as, I guess, you had once described priority 2 as something's happening right now, but nobody's basically dying. Does that sound about right?
Yeah,
Why not dispatch it as priority 4? Sit back and wait and see if this sketchy masked man decides to do something where somebody then is dying, and then dispatch it as priority 2.
that I can't necessarily answer because the call, since it was in progress event, I have to put it in as a priority 2. And our policy at the time, I cannot downgrade it to a priority 4.
See.
Either way.
Fair to say in your line of work, these things have a potential of becoming very dangerous, very
Objection to speculation.
Sustain.
fair to say in your line of work, you have to respond quickly to the information you're getting.
Yes.
And you may not have the time to get the full amount of information.
Yes, and with ProQA and how it was, you can't really ask additional questions. You have what you have there, and you're only as good as what your caller gives you. If they don't describe more than what they're giving, that's all you have.
And you need to get officers out quickly while you're talking to the caller.
Yes.
If I could have a second, Your Honor.
Yes.
And ma'am. And Ms. Furler, in the 6-7 years working dispatch, the priority numbers, they're not gospel. They could be wrong.
Yes.
Because again, you're just going based off the information you're receiving from the caller.
Yes.
And the caller themselves may not have all the information.
Yes.
In fact, they may most often don't.
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
I don't have anything further based on that. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Briefly, thank you. So Ms. Furler, Mr. Ho asked you about this particular citizen on this particular call being concerned enough to call 911. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In your 6 to 7 years, do you often get people who call for a lot of different reasons?
Yes.
Do those reasons also include many non-emergent reasons?
Objection, Judge, speculation, relevance.
I'll allow it based upon the cross-examination to be gone into briefly.
Yeah. Do those include non-emergent reasons?
Yes.
And are those calls still to 911?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You're excused. Next witness for the people.
It's going to be crime scene investigator supervisor. Oh, just kidding. Crime scene investigator supervisor Laverne Amir.
Only swear or affirm testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, not but. Yeah. All right, if you please have a seat. Once you're comfortably seated in the witness chair, if you could tell us your first and last name and spell your last name for my court reporter.
Yes, my name is Laverne Amir. Last name is Amir.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm one of the crime scene unit supervisors for the Aurora Police Department for the crime scene unit.
Can you tell the jury what it means to be a crime scene investigator?
So a crime scene investigator is tasked with going out to crime scenes, utilizing their skills and knowledge to identify, document, and collect items of evidence that would be related to the case and preserving them in a way that they could be used for any further analysis.
When you talk about preserving things so they can be used for further analysis, are you talking about physical objects of evidence potentially?
Physical evidence or physical objects, or it could also be photography, video, sketches, scans of the scenes, those as well.
Sure. Do you receive some special training about how to take effective photos that can be used for evidence?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury just a little bit about that?
So we actually have a academy for our brand new CSIs. They go through 6 weeks of specifically classroom training with over 40 hours of training, which is directly related to photography, learning how to operate their cameras manually. They're not allowed to use automatic features until they've developed the skills and ability to be able to resolve any problems on their own. And then some of that photography also includes special lighting, lighting with different filters and stuff like that.
Is there also training on what sorts of things to look for and document so you make sure you're collecting the important information with photos?
Yes.
How about with physical evidence? Does the Aurora Police Department have a system for how you're supposed to log in and document physical evidence that might be collected?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jury just generally how that works?
So generally, when a person collects an item of evidence, they're going to document where that evidence was or how it was found. That's usually going to be through photography and their reports. When they collect the actual take possession of the item of evidence, they will keep a chain of custody of that item, basically relating when they collected it, what they did with it, and then where it ultimately ended up being.
Is part of the purpose of that documentation of where something gets collected and where it goes so that different officers who might be touching a piece of evidence know that it's been kept secure and it's in good condition?
Yes.
Now, when something is, well, does APD have like an evidence locker or vault where you keep things once they get checked in?
Yes.
How is that kept?
So there's a property room. It's got lockers, but they're one way only. So when you place an item of evidence into the locker, you essentially close it. And then that locker cannot be opened again until a property person comes in the next day or that evening, whatever, and removes the item from the other side.
When you've got an item of clothing, for example, is that typically kept in some sort of bag or container?
So an item of clothing or pretty much any item of evidence is going to be packaged according to the best way to preserve it. So it's going to be either paper, maybe a cardboard box. Plastic is avoided unless it's something that requires plastic. But otherwise, there's kind of set packaging that we teach them how to use when we collect evidence.
Why do you often prefer paper bags to plastic bags?
It's breathable, and so the items won't mold or decay. It doesn't interfere with DNA or fingerprinting.
Do you have a process for if an item is wet and has bodily fluids or something on it? Do you have a process of preserving that so that it can be put into the bag in the best preservable condition?
Yes, items that are wet or something like that can be transported in plastic temporarily. And then they're then brought up to the crime scene unit where we have drying chambers. And then those items are placed within the chambers. They're secured with key, and the person who has taken custody of that item will hold custody of the key until the items are dry, and then we're able to package them and submit them to property.
After you dry out an item and place it into the paper bag, is there a special kind of tape or seal that you use on those?
Yes, we have crime scene unit red evidence integrity tape. Basically, the tape goes along the back. We seal the package, we sign it. And then if anybody opens that item or package, they, one, have to break the seal. Typically, other agencies or other units will open it in a different location, and then they'll place their seal on the bag as well so that you can see who has opened the bag and or closed it.
Is that sealing tape designed so that if somebody opens it, it's very obvious?
Yes.
You mentioned it's pretty common for other agencies, if they open one of these evidence containers, to reseal in one of their own bags. Can you tell the jury about that?
They'll either reseal it in one of their own bags or they'll reseal that bag with their own integrity tape. A lot of agencies will use customized tape, or if not, then it'll have a different signature, date, time stamp, stuff like that on there.
In your experience, is this pretty common between different law enforcement agencies here in Colorado?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to turn now to discussing specifically events of August 24th of 2019. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
Were you called to a scene involving Elijah McClain that night?
Yes, I was.
Did you go to the scene of the altercation with the officers, or where did you report to?
I was actually out on a non-related scene when I was notified of the incident. I called out my staff. I had one of my staff members respond to the scene. Another of my staff members responded to headquarters to handle any functions there, and I responded to the hospital.
Okay. Who were the members of your staff that went to the scene and to headquarters?
I had Amanda Kelsey. She was the on-call CSI. I brought her in and had her respond to the scene. Angela Cloud was out with me on a unrelated scene, and so in order to kind of keep her free to return back where I needed her, I had her go to the police department or to the headquarters to handle the smaller duties.
So when you got to the hospital, what was going on with Mr. McClain?
When I got to the hospital, Mr. McClain was still being treated for whatever was going on with him. And then at a point that they came to a break, then I was allowed into the room to document him.
So was he in the emergency room?
Yes, he was.
Was he receiving emergency treatment when you first showed up?
Yes.
Now, when you were allowed into the room, what was the purpose of your presence there?
My purpose was to document any injuries, collect any items of evidence that might be there. And basically that was it for that time.
Was Officer Dunson also there from the Aurora Police Department?
Yes, he was.
And were the two of you working together to collect some of this evidence?
Yes, Officer Dunstan had collected the clothing that had been removed from Mr. McClain during treatment, and he had held on to those items and released them to me.
Okay. Was it your understanding that before Mr. Dunson collected the items of clothing that Mr. McClain had been wearing, that those had to have been cut off of him for the medical treatment?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about some of the photos you took. Did you take photos of Mr. McClain while he was in the hospital there?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury generally what the purpose of taking those kinds of photos is?
Generally, for one, we're looking to do identification photos. We want to be able to identify that person and make sure that who they are and their identities match with what is presumed who they are. And also we want to just document their overall condition, any injuries, anything of note about them or their person that may be related.
Let me take those one by one. You mentioned identification as the very first one. When Mr. McClain was in the hospital, was he booked in as a John Doe?
Yes,
Okay, so you didn't know, or Aurora Police didn't know who he was at the time you were taking the photos?
that's correct.
So as part of trying to identify people, do you look for identifying marks like tattoos?
Yes,
Is that one of the things that you were attempting to document in your photos in this case so that those could be used to identify this person?
yes, that was.
You also mentioned documentation of injuries. Is that something that you were also looking to do with the photos you took of Mr. McClain?
Yes,
Is it also important to try and document his medical condition at that point in time?
if there's something that can be done through photography, then yes, we will attempt to do that as well.
Are those types of photos used sometimes in further investigations or in an autopsy if somebody dies?
They can be, yes.
I'd like to at this time show just the witness, Exhibit 127. Now, Ms. Amir, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Is this a photo that you took
Yes, it is.
of Mr. McClain in the hospital
Yes,
shortly after you were allowed in after he was receiving treatment?
yes,
Was this photo taken in part to document some of those identifying markers like tattoos?
yes,
Was it also taken to document Mr. McClain's medical condition
yes,
and the presence of any potential injuries on him?
yes.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the photo that you took that night at the hospital?
Yes, it is.
I'd move for admission of Exhibit 127.
Board Dyer, objection.
We would object under 403, the nature of his injuries, the fact that this individual was in the hospital are not in dispute, neither is his identity. So there's just no relevance to this photo other than a prejudicial effect under 403.
Response.
Judge, this photo is relevant for a number of reasons. One is it is the most recent photo after Mr. McClain is admitted to the hospital. It documents his medical condition, including some of the life-saving medical devices that are being used to keep him alive. It shows the red emesis or vomit that is covered with even right after this incident, which is relevant to the determination of both aspiration and cause of death. It additionally documents a tattoo that was used to try and identify Mr. McClain, which is relevant because part of the people's case is that the defendants were not listening to Mr. McClain when he told them their name and he's checked in as a John Doe.
I may. Does the court want us to approach because there's no relevance to how he's checked into the hospital. The police officers have no control over how a hospital personnel check.
All right. The court will find for the reasons articulated by the prosecution that the photo does have some probative value and it's not substantially outweighed by the unduly prejudicial effect. So the court will allow the admission of 127.
Now, before I ask to publish it to the jury, Ms. Amir, is this a pretty graphic photo of Mr. McClain's condition?
Yes, it is.
Let's publish Exhibit 127 for the jury, please. Now, Ms. Amir, I want to draw your attention first to the device that's attached to Mr. McClain's face. Is that a medical device that's breathing for him?
I don't know its function, but yes, it was a medical device.
Okay. And is it strapped in place so it remains in his mouth?
Yes,
Was Mr. McClain unconscious when you took this photo?
yes, he was.
To the best of your knowledge, was he unconscious even before he got to the hospital?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Now, looking at this photo, I'd like to draw your attention first to Mr. McClain's face. When you were there in person and also in this photo, can you see a wet red substance on his face?
Yes,
Is it also around his nose and his nostrils?
yes,
Is that wet red substance also around his mouth?
It did, yes, it was.
Does it look like it's also dripped down onto his chest and his neck?
Yes,
Is it also visible on the gurney underneath him?
yes, it is.
Is your understanding that that wet red substance was vomit?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Did you have any conversations with medical personnel about what that substance was?
No, I didn't.
Is there also a medical line that's going into Mr. McClain's neck here?
It appeared that there was something there, yes.
You mentioned one thing you're trying to document here is identifying marks. What does Mr. McClain's tattoo read that's across his chest?
Music is life.
Does it also have some notes and a couple of treble clefs worked into the design there?
Yes,
Now we've got the sort of two-dimensional photo here, but when you were there in person, do you remember seeing that wet red substance also underneath his face?
yes, I do.
Was there quite a bit of it?
I really don't remember quantity. I remember the presence.
Now we see Mr. McClain is shirtless here. Was this photo taken after his clothes were cut off of him?
Yes,
You can take down 127, thank you. You mentioned that you worked with Officer Dunson to collect Mr. McClain's clothes, is that right?
yes.
When you collected those items of clothing, how did you collect those?
They were already packaged in a bag for me, and so I just took the bag or took custody of the bag from Officer Dunson.
And did Mr. Dunson indicate that he had packaged those to give to you?
Yes.
Where did you take those items of clothing then?
I took those items back to the Aurora Police Department crime scene unit where I did an additional examination at that time.
Can you tell me what you found from that additional examination?
So part of the examination is just identifying what each item is, making any notations about condition. And so what it turned out to be was a jacket, a shirt, some underwear, shoes, stuff like that, or and some personal items that were in his jacket.
What, if any, bodily substances were on those items?
On the jacket and the shirt, there was some more of that red fluid. And on the underwear, there were feces.
You mentioned something earlier about a drying chamber. Did you have to take these items to the drying chamber to dry them out?
Yes, I did.
What's involved in that process? How do you dry them out?
So in the drying chamber, it's basically just a sealed chamber with air flow. We will line the bottom of the chamber to catch any trace evidence or articles that may fall off of the clothing. And then we use disposable hangers to just hang the items up. We seal them in the chamber, turn it on, and they air dry for however long it takes.
And why do you want to air dry those things before placing them into the evidence lockers?
So that they don't grow mold or decay in some way or lose their ability to be tested further. Mold and items like that will destroy the ability to test for DNA.
If you have something that has a lot of wet substance, like the red substance we're talking about here, how does the visual appearance of that substance change between when it's first put into the drying room and when you remove it and put it into evidence?
You can just visually see that it's dry. It maybe becomes more crusty versus being wet.
Okay. Does it sometimes reduce in apparent volume as well when it dries out?
Sometimes, yeah, depending upon what it is.
Now, did you, when you were working with the clothing, did you examine the pockets of the clothing to see if there were any important items there?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the items that you found in there a wallet belonging to Mr. McClain?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have permission to show just the witness exhibits 119 and 120. Investigator Amir, do you recognize exhibits 119 and 120 there?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury just generally what those are?
It's an overview of the wallet and then the overview of the contents.
And are those fair and accurate representation or fair and accurate photos of what you personally saw with regards to Mr. McClain's wallet?
Yes.
And I'd move for admission of exhibit 119 and 120.
Objection just based on relevance, Your Honor. ID is not an issue in this case.
Response.
Well, Your Honor, I think that how the officers treated ID is definitely an issue, but also the defense has repeatedly insinuated that Mr. McClain was nefarious or carrying weapons, and so having an idea of what he actually had with him is important. Additionally, he's searched on the scene on the video, and so this is relevant for the jury to understand what would have been found during the course of that search that's on the body-worn camera.
All right, the court will find that the depictions in 119 and 120 do have some probative value, and it's not substantially outweighed by the potential of undue prejudice. So the court will allow the admission of 119 and 120.
Just briefly, I would object to the characterization. Nefarious for carrying a weapon. I would just object on the record.
All right, well, the response was argumentative. I'll give you that.
And may we publish 119 and then 120, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's do 119 first. Is this camo object here the wallet that you found in Mr. McClain's belongings?
Yes, it is.
And is it possible to rotate this 90 degrees to the right, Mr. Campos? What's that item that's sort of centered in the ID view there?
It's the social security card in the name of Elijah McClain.
Let's go to exhibit 120, please. Can we zoom in on the cards there? Yeah. What are these 4 cards that we see in the middle in addition to that social security?
So it looks like there is a health card, a Visa bank card, a public library card, and then the social security card, all of them bearing the name of Elijah McClain.
Okay. And is the library card the one on the top left that says Ignite Your Mind?
Yes.
And then the credit card, is that the red one from the Bank of America?
Yes.
And then the Department of Health Policy and Financing health card, is that the bottom right one?
Yes.
And we can see here that there's a few black boxes, redactions with the actual social security number and credit card number on there. Were those visible to you when you were there in person?
Yes, those were not redacted when I collected them.
Okay. Thank you, investigator. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, investigator. You were asked a number of questions about items found in Mr. McClain's possession, the social security card, for example, right?
Right.
There was a library card, right?
Yes.
There were items on his purse or items with him in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That had been transported with him, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who took those items off of him?
I don't.
You're not aware that it was not Officer Woodyard who took those items?
I have no idea who took them off.
Which officer searched him and where those items came from? That wasn't part of the inquiry, did it? Right. And you're not aware of that, right?
No, ma'am.
So whether Mr. Woodyard was ever privy to that or that these items were in his possession, that's not something that you could tell us, right?
No, I could not.
Thank you. You were shown this picture and clearly Mr. McClain was in the ICU when you met him. Is that right?
No, he was still in the emergency room.
Emergency room. And then did you ever see him in the ICU?
No.
Okay. But clearly there was emergency treatment underway, right?
Yes.
You were asked about this red substance that you observed on his face. And you remember that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was what looked like this red substance coming out of his nostril, right?
Yes,
Even though there was a tube in it, right?
yes,
And you noted in your report that there was this red substance on his face still, correct?
yes,
And on his neck, right?
right,
And on his chest, right?
yes.
And they were asking you questions about how it may have even dripped, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall this prosecutor asking you that it looked like it may have dripped down onto his chest just earlier?
Yes,
That's certainly nothing that you saw happen.
that's correct.
But when you're looking at that red stuff coming out of his nose and on his face and his chest, he's in the hospital, right?
Yes,
What time is that you responded?
it was shortly after midnight.
Okay, so he's clearly been transported in ambulance, right?
Yes,
He spent time with paramedics, correct?
yes,
He was driven, we had a map up that we didn't show you, but he was transported by ambulance to University of Colorado.
yes,
And he's having these medical treatments being performed or underway like you were asked about, right?
right.
And that substance is still there.
Yes.
And he's not there, Mr. Woodyard.
I never saw Mr. Woodyard.
Investigator, you work for Aurora Police Department, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were there in your capacity as an Aurora crime scene investigator, right?
Yes,
And you had talked about, I think, that's protocol when there's a critical incident, right?
yes.
You investigate.
We investigate.
Couple questions. You were asked a number of questions about the items of evidence that you took from Mr. McClain, and just to make sure that, and I say from him, from where he was in the hospital, right?
Right.
The items had been removed from him when you arrived, correct?
They were already bagged and with Officer Dunstan.
I was just going to clarify, that officer provided them to you to take custody of, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then you can sort of document that chain of custody, if you will, right?
yes,
And that's important, right?
yes, it is.
Why?
It's important to know who you received the evidence from and what you've done with it so that the link in the chain stays consistent.
Okay. So you're able, at least with respect to the items that you documented, you can review that chain. You can say they were with this individual, Officer Dunstan had them, and then me. That's what you're talking about, the link, correct?
Yes, yes.
Nobody else, right?
Nobody else.
And the idea is that you get possession of the items, particularly when they're evidence, in the best sort of, they're closest to what they were at the time of a potential incident, right?
Yes,
And then you were explaining on direct examination that after you take those items, you keep them secure, right?
yes,
There's a very sort of specific process to do that, right?
yes,
It's part of your training, right?
yes.
It's part of your policies, right?
Right?
Because when evidence is admitted in a courtroom where someone is on trial, it's important that it hasn't been altered or manipulated or changed.
That's correct.
And the reality is that sometimes evidence can be compromised, right?
I mean, that's a reality, I'm sure.
Particularly over time, right?
I would agree.
Sometimes inadvertently, right?
An item can be dropped or something can happen.
Item could be dropped. Well, do I remember right that you documented very specifically the clothing items from the hospital?
Yes,
The jacket, right?
yes,
The pants, right?
yes,
And a red t-shirt.
yes,
Correct. And you talked to us about putting them in a drying chamber, correct? Because there was some kind of fluid that appeared to be wet.
correct.
And we know that the drying chamber has a variety of purposes, such as preserving DNA, right?
Yes,
Because if you're, like, for example, you're saying something gets moldy or is exposed to the elements, you can lose DNA, right?
right.
This isn't a case that involved DNA testing, I assume.
No, I don't believe so, but we never know, so we always protect.
Absolutely. And the other thing about the drying chamber is that if we don't care about DNA, but we care about, what substance is on something, when you dry it, you can prevent it from moving. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And so that's what you did with those particular items.
Yes.
After they came out of the drying chamber, did you do what I presume is you sort of lay them out on board so they're flat?
It's on butcher paper, so something similar.
Because as I've seen over time, the crime scene investigators like to sort of preserve, particularly when you're dealing with fabric, it's laid out so that it's maintained in a certain condition. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why not just pile it all in a bag?
We attempt to, once they're dry, then they'll just be kind of folded and then placed into an individual bag. So they're not clumped together. The jacket will be placed in its own bag, a shirt will be placed in its own bag. Each individual item is packaged individually. So they may be folded and then just placed in the bag.
You do the best you can, right?
You do the best you can.
You can't always control what happens before you get the items.
Right. You're not in control of an item until you have custody of it.
Fair enough. An investigator, you said that you actually did not visit the scene of this incident.
That's correct. I did not go to the scene.
Other investigators visited the scene.
Yes.
You sort of instructed one of your colleagues to go to the scene to document it, right?
Yes.
And that is a very elaborate process. Would you agree?
Yes.
And you set up placards, correct?
Yes.
So we want to see the location of things. Is that
Yes.
right? And you photograph things, right?
Yes.
And the idea is that we can have a photograph of something in evidence, but you also endeavor to photograph items at a scene, correct?
Yes.
Where they are might matter, right?
Right.
The condition that they are in.
Beyond the scope and relevance.
She's a crime scene investigator. That's why she was called to testify.
Oh, yes, within the scope of her direct examination, she was. So sustained.
So let me just ask you this. You didn't mention anything about a mask.
I didn't collect a mask.
Didn't photograph it?
No.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Do you know who did collect the mask from the scene?
I believe Angela Cloud worked the scene, and so she would have been the person to collect, or Amanda Kelsey. Those were the two that were actually out at the scene.
And those were your, the two people who work for you that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, they were my subordinates, and they were assigned to work the crime scene.
Thank you, investigator. I don't have anything else.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have any witnesses available we could wrap up this afternoon?
Your Honor, we do have Ms. Kelsey here. Start with her now, or we can wrap it up.
Yeah, since she's here, let's let her get started for 15 minutes. If you want to step on over here to my right, I'll swear you in. Testimony that you're about to give. Please be seated and tell us your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter.
All right, my name is Amanda Kelsey. Last name is spelled Kelsey.
Your witness.
Ms. Kelsey, where are you currently employed?
With the Aurora Police Department.
And how long have you been employed at the Aurora Police Department?
24 years if you add both times together.
Let's talk about that. When was the first time you were at Aurora Police Department?
I was there from 1985 to 1995,
And then the second time?
from 2009 until now.
And in these time periods, what was your employment at APD? Like, what was your job title?
The first 5 years, I was a photo technician, professional photographer, and then the rest of the time is a crime scene investigator.
And were those two jobs ending up melding together, the photography and the crime scene investigator?
Yes.
So I want to talk and focus mostly on your time as a crime scene investigator. What are your responsibilities in that role?
My responsibilities are to respond to the scenes and document the scenes with photography, videos, scans, collect evidence, and dust for fingerprints.
So you mentioned several things that you do, including dusting for fingerprints, making sure you're collecting items. Did you go through any specific training or education to know what you're doing or how you're doing it?
Yes, I probably had maybe over 750 hours of different kinds of classes in fingerprinting, evidence collection, videotaping a crime scene, blood stain patterns, accident reconstructions, and courtroom testimony.
And is this something that you've gained over the 20 years that you've worked at Aurora Police Department, working as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
I want to talk about August 24th, 2019. Were you working that evening?
I was not.
Were you on call that evening?
Yes, I was.
What does it mean to be on call as a crime scene investigator?
We're on call for a week at a time, and if they don't have enough crime scene investigators to cover all the calls, then they call the next person in.
So on August 24th, 2019, were you called in?
Yes, I was.
What were you called in for?
I was called in for a critical incident scene.
And who called you in?
That was Laverne Amir.
And who is Laverne Amir to you in this context?
She's my supervisor.
About what time did you get that call from Miss Amir?
I think it was about 11:30.
And what were the directions to you about what you should be doing?
Just that we'd had a critical incident and she needed me to come in. We don't usually get too much into it because I'm half asleep. So she just asked me to come in and then grab my equipment and then head out to the scene.
So when you say come in, you don't mean she wasn't directing you directly to the crime scene. Where were you expected to come into?
Come into headquarters at Alameda and Chambers, grab my equipment, and then head out to the scene.
So I think at this point you only knew it was a critical incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How did you know what equipment to get?
She would have directed me if I needed anything additional, but I usually carry a camera case, a dust kit, and a Quincy kit.
Did the crime scene investigators, you or another one of you, have a crime scene vehicle?
I'm trying to think at the time. I think we had 2.
Okay. And did you utilize one of those to go out to this particular scene for a critical incident?
Yes, I did.
After you arrived to headquarters to gather your items, is that where you found out where you should be going for this crime scene?
Yes, the supervisor probably texted me the address or something.
And was the location you were told to respond to 1768 Billings Street?
That's correct.
Is that in Adams County?
Yes, it is.
When you arrived on scene at 1768 Billings Street, were you the only CSI tech that responded?
No, there was another CSI person there.
And who was that?
That was Angela Cloud.
When you arrived on scene, did you speak to any of the Aurora Police Department officers, detectives, anyone on scene?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
I want to say it was Sutherland.
Is it a Detective Sutherland?
Yes.
Sound right? Great. What was the purpose of you speaking with Detective Sutherland?
Helps kind of to get with the detectives, kind of see what they've figured out so far, kind of what they found, kind of so we kind of know what we're looking for.
Were there other officers or other uniformed presence on the scene when you had arrived?
Yes, there were.
Did you speak to any of the other officers?
I don't believe so, except for just ask them to move when I do the videotaping or something.
Okay. So from the information you received from Detective Sutherland, did that impact how you then processed this scene?
Yes, that, and then speaking to the supervisor and the other crime scene investigator.
So what did you learn to take, I guess actually, what was the process of processing this scene based on what information you learned?
Usually what we do once we've talked to the detectives and everybody, then we'll kind of walk the scenes. We all know we're all on the same page of where the evidence is located, and we'll kind of search the area as we're going along. And then I usually photograph it and then videotape it.
So is that initial walkthrough with officers at the scene? Is that what I heard you say?
Usually with the detectives and the other CSI and the supervisor.
Okay. So you walk the scene and then photograph it?
Yes.
And then when do you place markers down for whatever you might find?
In this particular situation, I think we put them down first because it was so dark out there. Sometimes it helps to actually be able to see the placards. So you can actually see where the evidence is located.
So taking a step to talk about evidence, in this case, how do you determine what would be considered evidence?
We're looking around the scene. I mean, as far as the scene goes, we were told that he had a plastic bag. So we're looking for the plastic bag and the items in the bag. There was a shirt on the scene. So, I mean, just kind of look through the scene to see what we find. If we find like trash, and if we shine a flashlight and you can see it has a layer of dust on it, then we know that's been there for a while. So we're kind of just looking the scene and just seeing what is in the area.
So other than dusty objects, you're not necessarily making a determination of what is or is not applicable to this case. You're just collecting and documenting.
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned a little bit ago that you took videos of this scene. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What is the purpose of videoing a scene?
I think it gives the detectives and the jurors a little better perspective of the scene. And then sometimes maybe if we miss something, then the detectives go back and look at the video to see if they can see something in the scene that we missed.
Do you also take photos of the scene?
Yes.
So what's the purpose of having both of them?
One is more of a visual, and the other is just like a single piece of paper to look at instead of watching a video.
When you were out on scene, either videoing or photographing, did you have an external light source that you were also utilizing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a specific kind of camera you were using as well while you were taking photographs, or was it something like on your phone?
Oh no, it was I'm trying to think at the time. I think it was a Nikon at the time, and then the video camera was a Canon video recorder.
Do you recall about how many photos you took while you were at this particular scene?
I think it took I think it was 78.
And whereas your attempt in getting these photos to really gather a lot of, context for different items, where things were, and what the scene looked like that particular night?
Yes.
Would you recognize the photos that you took if I showed them to you today?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, may I show this witness what's been marked as exhibits 100 through 113, not for the jury yet.
You may.
So Miss Kelsey, can we start first with exhibit 100? Thank you. Miss Kelsey, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And is it a photo that you took?
Yes, it is.
Can we move to 101? Is this, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And is this a photo that you took from August 24th, 2019?
Yes, it is.
Can we move to 102? Is this a photo you took?
Yes.
And is it an accurate representation of what the scene was like on August 24th, 2019?
Yes, except for technically I took it, I guess, on the 25th by the time I got there.
Okay. So late hours of the 24th into early hours of the 25th while you were processing this scene?
Yes.
Okay. I want to move to 104, or sorry, 105. Is this a photo that you took?
Yes, it is.
And is it an accurate depiction of your photo?
Yes.
Moving to 106, is this a photo that you took?
Yes.
And is it an accurate depiction of this scene?
Yes.
And now to 111. Is this a photo that you took?
Yes.
And is it an accurate portrayal of this particular scene?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I do want to, sorry. At this time, the people would move to admit 100, 101, 102, 105, 106, and 111.
Board Dyer, your objection. All right, just make sure I have these right. 100 through 102, 105, 106, and 111.
That is correct.
All right, the court will admit those exhibits.
Roy, can we show exhibit 100, please? Or sorry, no, sorry. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish these exhibits?
You may.
Thank you. Roy, can you publish 100? Thank you. Ms. Kelsey, can you tell us and kind of give us a little orientation? What is it that we're looking here?
We're looking at the front of the building on the north side.
So are you standing in the street for this photo?
Yes.
And is that street Billings?
Yes.
So I'm noticing yellow tape already put up. Is that something that you did?
No, the officers did that before I got there.
Okay. I'm also noticing some almost yellow triangles. Is that something that you did?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the placards to mark the evidence.
Can we move to publish 101? Ms. Kelsey, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is just taking a picture to the right to show the front door of the building.
So it's a little bit south on Billings?
Yes.
And this shows what looks like a little rocky area.
Yes.
Was this something that you were also asked to document?
Yes.
Can we move to publish 102? Can you orient us as to where we are standing in this photo?
So I'm standing on the sidewalk facing north.
Okay. So I'm seeing some, like almost a sidewalk and a patio almost looking thing. What is to the right of us?
It was two big square patios that led to that front door.
So we are just not able to see that front door, but it would be on our right side.
Correct.
And that street that we're looking down Billings. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And do you know what that cross street is just in the background?
I think it was Evergreen.
Thank you. Can we publish 105? And where are you standing in this photo in relation to kind of everything?
I'm standing just on the north side of the front door. I was probably standing on the patio facing north.
Okay, and so the street on our left is Billings?
Yes,
The street kind of up front of us is Evergreen?
yes,
And so are these the yellow mark? I see some markers in the grass. Are those the evidence markers you put down?
yes.
Can we publish 106? Can you tell us what is at evidence marker 3?
That's one of the handles, plastic handles off the bag, plastic bag.
And to orient us in this photo, did we just take a few steps forward from our last photo?
Yes.
And then last, I would ask to publish 111. Can you orient us to this particular photo as well?
I'm standing in the street, kind of facing northeast, still looking at the north side of the building.
And these photos that we just reviewed, are these accurate depictions of the scene that you were asked to document of where this critical incident occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, if this might be a good time for a break, just having wrapped up that section of photos.
All right, folks on the jury, we're going to take our evening recess. I'd like to have you back tomorrow morning, right at about 8:30 down in the jury assembly room on the first floor, and we'll bring you up when we're ready to resume with the testimony. Once again, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case with anybody, even amongst yourselves. At least for me, I think it would be difficult when I went home not to maybe bounce around what I saw during the trial and with my friends or loved ones or whatever. But you really can't do that. It would cause some serious problems with the case. So again, I'll remind you that if somebody asks you or prods you about what's going on, you can blame it on me. The judge ordered you. You cannot talk about it. Also, don't do any independent research and avoid any press coverage. So we're looking forward to seeing you back tomorrow morning. Have a nice evening and drive safely.
Thank you.
The jurors have stepped out. The witness can step down if we can have you back here a little bit before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mr. Slaughter?
Judge, just one small issue I've noticed during the course of both yesterday and today that juror number 13 in seat 11 is a little bit sleepy. And if we have access to some coffee or something, that might be useful. He hasn't been asleep, but he has been resting his eyes and doing a little bit of nodding at a few different points.
All right. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I will pay closer attention tomorrow, and I'm not sure I'd call it an admonition, but we had a juror in the last trial that was had the same issues. So we do have coffee back in the jury room, and just so you know, on the breaks, I kind of give the jurors a choice, but we try to give them a short one back in the jury room, and then the one in the afternoon or morning, whichever, they go down to the jury assembly room because typically we have a few smokers that like to go out to the courtyard. So I'll remind them that we have coffee and remind them they can then stand up and stretch during the trial if they want to. And I'll watch. Thank you. We'll be in recess.